Chapter 3187. Rumbling sounds filled the wasteland, causing even the thunder to retreat in fear. Suddenly, the sky began to brighten. However, a few seconds later, thick clouds rolled in, and this time, there was something wrong with the thunder and lightning. Those are tribulation lightning clouds. Who's transcending tribulation? Don't tell me it's the Duga Xingjian. The Dragon Mammoth tribe members were starting to panic. After all, the Duga Xingjian was already strong enough. If he broke through, who would be able to stop him? The truth was that the Duga Xingjian's expression wasn't very good. Tribulation lightning was something he had to deal with even in peak condition. Otherwise, he would be killed by it. Although he had worked himself to death to kill Ling Xiao, he had also been seriously injured. If tribulation lightning struck now, he would be dead for sure. Although he was at the peak of the 3rd division of life seizing, his sea of power was at 100%. Although he could break through at any time, there should have been some sort of sign, and he hadn't sensed it. That's 3 waves of demon lightning, the Baifeng said, a complicated expression on its face. As far as I know, there's only one person in the Sword Dynasty who has experienced demon lightning. You're saying that my boy Ling Xiao isn't dead? Of course, the Dragon Mammoth tribe knew that when Ling Xiao had broken through to the 1st division of life seizing, he had encountered 2 waves of tribulation lightning. I don't know, the Baifeng said. But based on the current situation, I don't think he's dead. Otherwise, the tribulation wouldn't have come. The Baifeng nodded. By this point, the Duga Xingjian had noticed that the 3 waves of demon lightning were now above Ling Xiao's head. Each wave of demon lightning had 9 waves. The first wave had already landed, and its target was Ling Xiao. All of a sudden, the Duga Xingjian realized that Ling Xiao wasn't dead. Ling Xiao isn't dead, he said. He's still breaking through. When Duga Xingjian learned of this fact, he was almost scared to death. When Ling Xiao was in the 1st division of life seizing, the Duga Xingjian had been on the verge of losing control. How could he possibly let Ling Xiao break through? If he did, how could he possibly survive? As for the Sword Dynasty's experts, they were completely flabbergasted. Moments ago, they had been excited, but now they felt as if they had dropped to the freezing point. They were also well aware of the terrifying consequences of Ling Xiao's breakthrough. On the Dragon Elephant Division side, everyone was crying tears of joy. She rose from the bottom of sorrow to the heaven of joy. I can't let you break through. Duga Xingjian revealed a ruthless expression. Although Ling Xiao's current situation was very bad, and even if he was left alone, there was a possibility that he would be killed by the 3 demonic thunders. However, there were too many abnormalities with this kid. Duga Xingjian absolutely couldn't place his hopes on him. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao broke through. Boom! A bolt of demonic lightning struck Duga Xingjian. Even though he tried his best to resist, he was still blasted half to death. He hurriedly fled far away, looking at the demonic lightning that kept falling down in horror. What a terrifying demonic lightning! This is only the 1st level, and it's already so powerful. How terrifying would the 3rd level be? What kind of monster is this Ling Xiao? How could he attract such a powerful demonic lightning tribulation? I can't even get close. It seems like I can only hope that the 3 demonic thunders will directly kill Ling Xiao. Duga Xingjian panted heavily. His body's condition was extremely bad. However, he was unwilling to escape just like that. Looking at the Dragon Elephant Division's people, he revealed a cruel sneer. Kill! Kill the Dragon Elephant Division's people for me! He suddenly gave the order to attack. However, the Dragon Elephant Division's people were already prepared for battle. Ling Xiao had done enough for them. He used the formation to stop the Sword Dynasty's million-mighty army. He used the bet to kill the Ministry of War's Great Sage, the Ministry of Poison's Great Sage, and the Ministry of Work's Great Sage. He also seriously injured Duga Xingjian. Now, there were only 8 Sword Emperors and 100 Sword Emperors left in the enemy's army. Although they were still powerful, if even these people couldn't stop them, the Dragon Elephant Division would be too useless. Listen to my command, kill! The Dragon Elephant Arch waved his hand. The Dragon Elephant Division's warriors, who had been holding back for a long time, rushed out like ferocious beasts. The Dragon Elephant Arch pounced towards Dugu Xingjian. At this moment, Dugu Xingjian was already seriously injured and no longer had his previous bravery. He could easily stop them by himself. Little Gold, Bifang, Dragon Elephant, Ba Dao, Longchen, Cold Plum, Old Shaman, and Chang Qingqing rushed towards the 8 Sword Emperors. Among the 7 of them, Chang Qingqing and Old Shaman were weaker. However, Chang Qingqing had no problem using her long-range divine shot to restrain a Sword Emperor. Old Shaman was proficient in soul mystic arts, and had no problem restraining the enemy. Cold Plum, Longchen, and Ba Dao were basically fighting a Sword Emperor each. They could win head-on, but it would take a longer time. Bifang and Dragon Elephant had a greater advantage against the Sword Emperors, and could probably end the battle quickly. The craziest one was Little Gold. One had to know that this guy had killed a Sword Saint in 2 to 3 moves. A Sword Emperor couldn't even last 1 move in front of him. Therefore, after killing his opponent, he went to help the 12 Legion commanders. He didn't forget his boss, Ling Zhao's good intentions. Not only did he want to win, but he also wanted to ensure that the Dragon Elephant Division had fewer casualties. Under the lead of the 12 Legion commanders, the Dragon Elephant Division's army made use of their advantage in battle formation and numbers to launch a fierce attack against the 100 Sword Emperors. Even if they could win, they would suffer heavy losses. After all, their opponents were Sword Emperors and there were 100 of them. However, Little Gold, this monster, came. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blazing golden light. More than 50 Sword Emperors were gone. The remaining ones were in a state of panic. The Dragon Elephant Division's army could simply start harvesting their heads. What could have been an evenly matched battle had turned into a one-sided massacre. Seeing that his side had fewer and fewer people, Dugu Xingjian was very anxious. However, what could he do? Given his current situation, the Dragon Elephant Arch could easily stop him. Although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to save them. However, he was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling. 4 Sword Saint level experts, 9 Sword Emperors, 100 Sword Emperors, and 1,000,000 soldiers. They couldn't take down the Dragon Elephant Division. Moreover, they were killed so miserably. Ah! At this moment, another scream was heard. The Bifang's opponent was killed. Your Highness, run! Another person died in battle. It was the Dragon Elephant Division's opponent. Before he died, he let out a final roar. Because he knew that he couldn't win, he told Dugu Xingjian to run away quickly. Damn it! Dragon Elephant Arch, do you know what you're doing? Even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he can't survive the 3 waves of demonic lightning in his current state. Now that I'm seriously injured, I can't kill you. However, you can't kill me either. When I go back to recuperate, it will be the end of your Dragon Elephant Division. It's not too late to surrender now. Dugu Xingjian roared. Dream on! The Dragon Elephant Arch sneered. Ling Xiao won't die, and our Dragon Elephant Division will become stronger. Chapter 3188. You have no idea what you're doing, you moron! Dugu Xingjian shouted as he fought. The bloodthirsty Sword Barrow is the most terrifying trump card of the Sword Dynasty. Even 4th Division Life Seizers, and even 5th Division Life Seizers, had been killed in the bloodthirsty Sword Mound before. If you follow Ling Xiao, you definitely won't have a good ending. You know Sword 18th from the Devil Dragon Sword Court, right? He's even stronger than Devil Orchid. And now, he's imprisoned in the bloodthirsty Sword Barrow. All of the people he protected were slaughtered. His daughter, Sword Sakura, ended up in the hands of King Carefree. My royal uncle loves that girl to death, and has decided to marry her. He's going to hold a grand wedding. Almost all of the top experts in the Sword Dynasty will be there. TSK. It might be a grand occasion, but you know what my royal uncle is like, Emperor Dragon Mammoth. He's held more than one wedding like this, and every girl he's chosen is sent away as a desiccated corpse. What are you trying to say? Emperor Dragon Mammoth said, frowning. No matter how you struggle, it won't end well for you to make an enemy out of the Sword Dynasty. That's right, Ling Xiao had displayed unparalleled strength. But we've lost Sword Sages, Sword Emperors, and Sword Emperors. All we need to do is summon them again. The Sword Dynasty is huge, and you have no idea how strong it is. After all, under the Sword Dynasty, there were over 1,000 affiliated countries. Even if each kingdom only has one expert, that's more than enough. Duga Xingjian continued. So what? Emperor Dragon Mammoth didn't let his guard down, and continued to attack Duga Xingjian. Meanwhile, Domineering Blade, Dragon Shen, and Cold Plum's opponents had already been dealt with. The three of them went to help Chang Qingqing and the old shaman. The 8 Sword Emperors would be wiped out in no time at all. As for the Sword Emperors, they were being attacked by Little Gold and the fury of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. There were only a dozen or so people left who were putting up a desperate struggle. This time, the Sword Dynasty could be said to have suffered a complete and utter defeat. But things weren't going to end just like that. The kingdom of the 8 Immortals was already on the move. The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace and the 8 Immortals' kingdom's vanguard had already arrived at the battlefield. They were attacking the Sword Dynasty's army from the outside. Although there was a huge disparity in numbers. However, the Sword Dynasty's army was without a leader. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Fengming, Jin Fengyan, and the members of the Sharp Blade Special Forces were simply invincible. In the vanguard army of the 8 Immortals' kingdom, there were many vassal states from the Sword Dynasty that had been oppressed for a long time. The total number of people had reached more than 100,000. They were originally in a wait-and-see mode. But when they saw Duga Xingjian heavily injured and the experts of the Sword Dynasty being killed one by one, they were shocked. They finally made up their minds and began to rebel. The anger in his stomach was completely vented on the Sword Dynasty's army. The Sword Dynasty's army collapsed almost instantly. Without a leader, what else could they do? At this moment, the 3 demonic thunders had reached the last level. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he also seemed to have absorbed the energy of the demonic thunder. The wounds on his body were healing at an accelerated rate. At this moment, he had already stood up. He heard Duga Xingjian's words clearly. Sword 18th Master has been captured? Sword Sakura is going to be destroyed? This made Ling Xiao's heart, which was already filled with rage, become even wilder. He had to tear apart this hypocritical and vicious dynasty in exchange for a piece of clear sky. In fact, although the demonic thunder was powerful, his tyrant martial soul was even more powerful. 99% of the demonic thunder had turned into potential and injected into his cells. Therefore, the damage to him was almost zero. Transcending the tribulation might be a difficult and dangerous thing for others, but it was not that difficult for him. Duga Xingjian, are you ready to die? Ling Xiao's cold voice came from the lightning tribulation. It gave Duga Xingjian a fright. He turned around and fled. Ling Xiao, come to the Sword God Hall if you have the ability. Otherwise, you will watch your benefactor be killed. Your woman will be ruined. Ha ha! Amidst his loud laughter, he fled faster than anyone else. The dragonesque emperor wanted to give chase, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything either. The lightning tribulation was at its most critical moment, and only when it ended could he break through. At this moment, his eyes were cold. Don't worry. I will definitely go to the Sword God Hall. Falling Moon needs to be saved. Sword 18th needs to be saved. Jian Luiying needs to be saved. Although Jian Luiying was not his woman, she had deep feelings for him. If she were a man, she would have trusted him with her life and death. How could he just abandon her? Sword 18th had given him a new lease on life. Without Sword 18th, he would have been killed by Archdevil Orchid. Archdevil Orchid, humph. I already warned you, but you didn't listen. Once I save them, I will destroy the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. Half an hour later, the lightning tribulation was finally over. Ling Xiao had reached the second level of the first cycle life-seizing level. Emperor! Sword Emperor Gold the Phoenix called out from the other side of the spell formation. Since he had sworn loyalty to Ling Xiao, he was used to addressing Ling Xiao as Emperor in public. The Emperor of the Eight Immortals Kingdom. That was a level higher than the Emperor himself. What are you doing here, Brother Gold the Phoenix? The Dragonesque Emperor asked. And why do you call Ling Xiao Emperor? I'll tell you the details later, after I've finished reporting the situation. Sword Emperor Gold the Phoenix looked at the Dragonesque Emperor, then turned to Ling Xiao. Emperor, we killed 200,000 of the Sword Dynasty's soldiers, 200,000 escaped, and 400,000 were taken captive. There are too many captives, Yang Qi said. It's not easy to control them, but killing them would be too cruel. I have a lot of soul-devouring pills, so I can use them to control them. When we fight the Sword Dynasty, they will be the vanguard. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Yes, sir. No matter what decision Ling Xiao made, the Gold Phoenix Sword Sovereign would follow it. This young man made him feel the true qi of a king, the qi of a tyrant. He was willing to obey. Is the war over? One of the Dragonesque Emperor tribe asked. It's over. From now on, no one will dare to bully the Dragonesque Emperor tribe, Ling Xiao declared. As soon as his voice rang out, the Dragonesque Emperor tribe was thrown into a sea of jubilation. The Dragonesque Emperor left the celebration to the old shaman. This was because he knew that even though they had won this battle, his benefactor, Ling Xiao, would have a new problem. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Ling Xiao was happy for the Dragonesque Emperor tribe, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Chapter 3189. Let's go to my stone house, Emperor Dracophant said. Although there was a hole in the stone house, it didn't affect the discussion. Those who attended this meeting were Ling Xiao's most trusted people. Little Gold, Emperor Dracophant, Bai Fang Ba Dao, Longchen, Cold Plum, Chang Qingqing, Phantom Shadow, Emperor Gold Phoenix. There was also Haim Myunkeo from the Eight Immortals Nation. Although she was the weakest among them, she represented the Celestial Empire and the Eight Immortals Nation. Moreover, because of her outstanding aptitude and the abundant resources Ling Xiao gave her, she was able to grow rapidly. Haim Myunkeo grew rapidly. Although she couldn't catch up with Longchen and Cold Plum, she was already a martial artist in the first transformation Yin Yang realm, level 16 of Hell. With more resources in the future, her cultivation speed would only increase. As for Jin Fengming and Jin Fengyan, who came with Emperor Gold Phoenix, they were arranged to join the Eight Immortals Nation's army and enter the Dracophant tribe's territory. Although they were highly regarded, they still hadn't gained Ling Xiao's absolute trust. This was the same for the old shaman. That was why Emperor Dracophant ordered him to leave. Let's cut to the chase. After this, I'll head to the Heavenly Sword Hall. There are some people I have to save. Because I don't know the ultimate strength of Sword Dynasty, Ming Kong, tell the Eight Immortals Nation that they can act secretly and accumulate strength, but don't be in a hurry to start a war. Wait for my orders, Ling Xiao said directly. Are you going alone? Emperor Dracophant asked. No, of course I'll go with Little Gold, Ling Xiao said. As for the others, I won't bring them. Little Gold can stay in my beast ring. This way, I'll be moving around alone. It's safer. No, if it wasn't for your help, our Dracophant tribe would have been annihilated. No matter what, please let us help. What Emperor Dracophant wanted to do now was to repay his kindness. Even 1,000 words could not express the gratitude in his heart. What's the rush? The Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch smiled and said, Ling Xiao is the monarch of the Eight Immortals Empire. The Sword Dynasty will be his sooner or later. If you really want to repay the debt of gratitude, then lead the Dragon Elephant tribe to join the Eight Immortals Kingdom. Not only could he repay the debt of gratitude, he could also find a better job for the Dragon Elephant tribe. The warriors of the Dragon Elephant tribe had very good aptitudes. The reason why their cultivation had been mediocre all these years was because they didn't have enough resources. Only with a big mountain behind him could he develop better. Moreover, Ling Xiao won't treat you like slaves like the Dubajian. Yeah! Hearing Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's words, Dragonesque Elephant Emperor slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of this?" He suddenly stood up, walked to Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. "I, the Draco Elephant Monarch, am willing to lead 30,000 warriors of the Draco Elephant tribe to join the Eight Immortals' Empire. I will not hesitate to lay down my life for the Emperor. Senior, please rise." Ling Xiao helped the Draco Elephant Emperor up and said, "Your Draco Elephant tribe has never pledged allegiance to others. You have to think this through. Once you join, you cannot betray. I, Ling Xiao, will say the ugly words first. If anyone betrays me, I will make them pay a heavy price. Now you can still change your mind. No need. As long as the Emperor is alive, the Draco Elephant tribe will never betray you." Draco Elephant Emperor said without hesitation, "If the Emperor is willing to fight to the death for us, then we are willing to fight to the death for you." "All right. Mekong, in the future, discuss with Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and Draco Elephant Emperor more about Sword Dynasty. Not only are they powerful, but they are also locals. They are more familiar with this place than you." Ling Xiao looked at Haim Myungkeo and said, "I understand." Haim Myungkeo, the proud holy son of the sacred dynasty, was now willing to be Ling Zhao's subordinate. Of course, Ling Xiao was more willing to treat her as a friend. However, in this formal occasion, it was better to be formal. Let's leave it at that for the Draco Elephant tribe. I am not going to change my mind about going to Sword God Hall. Don't forget that I know how to transform. Once I disguise myself, who can recognize me? If you follow me, you will be exposed. Don't worry, I won't hold back when I need your help." Ling Xiao said. "All right, since you have made up your mind, then let's leave it at that." Draco Elephant Emperor nodded and felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense. There is no time to lose. I will leave now. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. To him, there was someone who was worth risking his life to save. It was not easy. He absolutely could not watch them die without doing anything. "Wait a moment, Emperor." Haim Myungkeo suddenly stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I know you are anxious, but can you really save them if you go rashly? Moreover, Dugu Xingjian's words might not be true. I have already sent people who are lurking in Sword God Hall to confirm these things. Rest well for a day. It won't be too late to leave after everything is confirmed." "All right." After a long silence, Ling Xiao nodded. He knew that he was indeed a little impulsive. He also needed to consolidate the cultivation that he had just broken through. "All right, I will wait for a day. We will leave tomorrow," Ling Xiao said. Thus, everyone dispersed and began to do their own things. Although Cold Plum and Long Chun wanted to follow Ling Xiao, they understood that they could no longer keep up with Ling Zhao's rhythm. Instead of dragging him down, it was better to help him take care of the Heavenly Empire. Therefore, the two of them did not say much. Outside, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard and the bonfire was burning vigorously. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, after experiencing something that was close to despair, they should celebrate. Ling Xiao composed himself. He also walked out. Although he was anxious, he couldn't collapse first. The current him had long become a true hero in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Elephant tribe. He was the one who saved the Dragon Elephant tribe and completed something that was almost impossible. In the revelry, both men and women were incomparably enthusiastic towards him. This made him feel rather touched. In this life, people always had to leave something behind. Moreover, he had made a great wish to unify the mystic world. It wasn't just to rule with violence, but also to make people submit to him. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the current Sword Dynasty, wherever he went, legends were born. Or rather, he himself was a legend. A legend that the world respected. After the revelry, Ling Xiao returned to his room. His mood gradually calmed down. He forgot everything and focused on cultivating. At the same time, the Sword God Hall also sent over the required information. What Dugu Xingjian said was actually all true. This also broke everyone's fantasy. Things were developing towards the most difficult stage. Along with this news, there was also the structure of Sword God's city. Whether it was the Sword God Hall or the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb, they were both located in the inner city of Sword God's city. In the inner city, other than the members of the royal family and the royal family of the affiliated countries, only some core members of the Sword God Hall and high officials of the imperial court were qualified to enter. Chapter 3190. When Ling Xiao finished his cultivation, he read the information that Haim Myungkeo got from the intelligence organization in detail. It seems that I can't transform into an ordinary person. At the very least, I have to transform into a member of the royal family of an affiliated kingdom. Otherwise, I can't even enter the inner city. How can I save people? Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to think that he could destroy the entire Sword Master city by himself. After all, he didn't know whether the ancestor of the Sword Master city was dead or alive. He had to be careful. That's easy. You just have to transform into me, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said. Transform into you? Yes, the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace hasn't openly betrayed the Sword Dynasty. I'm about to send the ashes of the current princess to the Sword Master city. You can do it for me. However, you have to hurry up and learn some martial arts of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. You don't have to be too strong, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said. That's a good idea. Thank you, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Ling Xiao said. It's nothing. It's just a piece of cake. He took out a set of offensive sword skills and a set of body movements from his storage ring. They were all mid-level general-level martial arts. You've learned the Gold Phoenix Incarnation. It's the trump card of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. It's the sword of curse that we use. It can use the power of runes to greatly enhance the power of the sword skills. There are only 2 moves in the Sword of Curse. One is the Curse Dragon, and the other is the 9 Dragons Poison Curse. As for the body movement, it's also the trump card of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. It's different from the escaping sword light step. Our body movement is the Phoenix Soar's 9 skies. It's better at flying and fighting in the air. You won't lose anything if you learn it. It's even better if you use it with the escaping sword light step, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said with a smile. Is that really okay? You've given me all the trump cards of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. What are you afraid of? You saved my life, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor said with a smile. What's more, I'm more than happy that you can learn the martial arts of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. This thing can still come in handy now, but when you become stronger, I'm afraid you won't need it anymore. Alright then, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ling Xiao nodded and turned back to cultivate. There were still 2 hours before dawn. He wanted to cultivate these 2 ultimate skills to the small success stage in the shortest amount of time. At the very least, it had to be usable. Because of this, the time that Ling Xiao spent in the Dragon Elephant tribe increased from 1 day to 2 days. At the same time, Ling Xiao's deeds were spread by the deserters of the Sword Dynasty and the people of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Although some people believed it, others doubted it. But without a doubt, the Dragon Elephant tribe was saved, while the Sword Dynasty was utterly defeated. Some people even saw Duge Xingjian flying away with serious injuries. Because of all these reasons, the number of people who believed in it increased by quite a bit. The name Ling Xiao had become the most resounding name in the Sword Dynasty. The limelight had actually overshadowed the number 1 genius of the Sword Dynasty, Duge Xingjian. It even overshadowed the Sword God, Duge Beijian. No matter where people went, they talked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name was now in first place on the bounty list, and his bounty was now 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. A first division life-sizer had defeated the third division Duge Xingjian. It was like a miracle. The Sword Dynasty had lost 3 sword sages, 9 sword emperors, 100 sword emperors, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They had suffered such a huge loss. Logically speaking, the sword god, Duge Beijian, should have been furious. But the truth was that nothing had happened. The only thing that happened was that Ling Zhao's bounty had reached a new record. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Of course, if there was anything out of the ordinary, it would be the fact that King Carefree had invited the royal families of all of the vassal kingdoms to his wedding. Experts were as common as the clouds. In 10 days, Sword God's city would be even livelier than before. Many people were looking forward to seeing what would happen. The next afternoon, Ling Xiao finally emerged from the forest. In order to hone his martial techniques, he needed to fight demonlings. By this point, Ling Xiao had completely transformed into Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. Even as he entered the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Golden Phoenix Chi-Chi called him Dad. She was a shrewd girl, and yet, she recognized the wrong person. That went to show how terrifying Ling Zhao's transformation was. In order to not expose himself, Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch told Ling Xiao some of his favorite phrases and habits, and Ling Xiao remembered them all. He even sparred with Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. Both of them were using the same moves and techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was fighting with himself. "All right," Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said. "Only a few people know about this. Also, I'll have to trouble you to transform me into you, Emperor Golden Phoenix. That way, even if I go out, I won't expose you. In fact, you'll be safer." Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled. "Good idea." Ling Xiao smiled and transformed Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. After all, Ling Xiao had learned many things, so Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix didn't need to learn any of his techniques. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix only needed to maintain his current appearance. After everything was ready, Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Sword God's city and murmured in his heart, "18th Sword, Luoying, Sister Yanwei, wait for me. I'm coming. Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said, "There's one more thing, but it doesn't seem appropriate to say it now." Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled bitterly and said, "But I still want to tell you." "What is it?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's about the 9 Supremes catalog," the dragon-esque elephant emperor said. "The 9 Supremes catalog has actually been collected before in history. The one who collected the 9 Supremes catalog was the ancestor of our Dragon Mammoth tribe. Why do you think the Sword God chased after us? Was it purely for our battle strength? That's impossible. Although we are known as a warrior tribe, we are not as strong as the Sword Dynasty's army due to the lack of resources. That Sword God is after the Black Snake catalog in our hands." As he spoke, Emperor Golden Phoenix handed the Mystic Snake catalog to Ling Xiao and said, "Emperor Golden Phoenix, if you have the chance to collect the 9 Supremes catalog, don't forget that there's a key catalog that can merge the 9 Supremes catalog into one. It's called the Myriad Kingdom catalog. These are the words left behind by our ancestor. There are actually 10 catalogs, not 9. 9 to 1, not only can one obtain an emperor-level martial art, it's also the key to opening the 9 Supremes' Forbidden Land. It's a pity that our ancestor didn't manage to obtain the Myriad Kingdom catalog in his lifetime. Later, he was worried that the 9 Supremes catalog might fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, so he separated the 9 Supremes catalog. Only the Mystic Snake catalog was left, so most of the catalogs are in the Sword Dynasty. To think that there's such a thing. Actually, I have a Heavenly King catalog with me." Emperor Golden Phoenix smiled and said, "Emperor Golden Phoenix, you have the Ice Supreme catalog and Sword Supreme catalog. Together with the Mystic Snake catalog and my Heavenly King catalog, you have 4 catalogs." Chapter 3191. The 7-star catalog and Soul Elder catalog should be in Sword God's hands, but the other catalogs are missing, Han Myung-keo said. Her information was also collected by the 8 Immortals Kingdom's intelligence organization. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. "Sorry, I didn't fully trust you before, so I didn't tell you some things. Actually, I don't only have Sword Supreme catalog and Ice Supreme catalog. I also have Demon Supreme catalog, Exquisite catalog, and Fire Supreme catalog." He was really embarrassed. Others could generously give their catalogs to him, but he couldn't treat them with sincerity. It was because of this that he told the truth. Oh my God, if that's the case, isn't there only the Myriad Kingdom catalog left? Everyone was shocked. If this news were to spread, the whole world would be shocked. So many people fought for the 9 Supremes catalog, but 7 of them were already in Ling Xiao's hands. Our ancestors didn't get the Myriad Kingdom catalog as well. It's probably in the immemorial tomb, Emperor Dracophant said. But this is just a guess. We don't know where it is exactly, but we have to confirm one thing. We can't let Sword God Dugubajian get these 10 catalogs. Otherwise, he might become the strongest person in the 9 Supremes. It doesn't matter. The catalog in Sword God's hands will be mine sooner or later. To Ling Xiao, the catalog in Dugubajian's hands was already within his reach. What he wanted to find now was the Myriad Kingdom catalog. Mingkong, let the intelligence organization continue to search. Not only the Sword Dynasty, but the other 8 forces as well, Ling Xiao said. Understood. Haim Myungkeo nodded. The 8 Immortals' kingdom didn't have the ability to fight the 9 Supremes head-on, but they could still infiltrate them secretly. With the powerful Celestial Empire behind them and their wealth above the 9 Supremes, it was easy to bribe many people. It was also easier to get information. Ling Xiao might be able to do what the ancestors of the Dracophant tribe couldn't. It was a king-level martial art. It was rumored that it was something that could only be cultivated with the reincarnation divine physique. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to get it. Furthermore, according to the words of the Dragon Elephant tribe's ancestor, the combination of the 10 paintings would be the key to finding and opening the forbidden land of the 9 Supremes. There were already so many treasures in the Ice Paragon's forbidden land. The 9 Supremes' forbidden grounds would most likely have even more treasures. Naturally, he couldn't give it up. Although he was now a 2nd division life-sizer, he was still a life-sizer. However, the experts of the Eternal Life Palace were all above the reincarnation divine state. It was said that after attaining the reincarnation divine body, a first transition martial artist would be considered to have reached a higher level. Only then would they truly begin to cultivate. Ling Xiao didn't know what that meant. He only knew that he had to become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see the woman he loved. He wanted to see the Moon Maiden within a year, but more than 2 months had already passed, and he was still in the Sword Dynasty. Therefore, he had to obtain the 9 Supremes catalog. Only by obtaining those treasures would he be qualified to compete with the geniuses of the Eternal Palace. He had once borrowed the strength of the Black Devil to repel the experts from the Eternal Palace. However, that was just a flash in the pan. It couldn't be considered his true strength. It was impossible for him to borrow that kind of illusory power every single time. He didn't know if it would appear or not. Everyone, I'm leaving! Ling Xiao turned around and stepped on the road to Sword God City. Although he only had Xiao Jin by his side, he wasn't lonely. He knew that he had many friends in this world. Many people were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Thinking of this, he was full of confidence. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens! Ling Xiao used Phoenix soars the 9 heavens and broke through the sky. From this moment on, he was the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Therefore, he tried his best not to use his beast soul transformation and expose his identity. However, Phoenix Soars the 9 Heavens was really good for long-distance travel. Compared to Xiao Jin's flying speed, it wasn't inferior. Naturally, he didn't idle along the way. When he encountered powerful demonic beasts, he paid attention to honing his martial arts techniques. Whether it was the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique, the Emperor Overlord's Sword, or the Sword of Curses. He wanted to hone these 3 mid-general level martial arts techniques to become stronger. Of course, he also wanted to use the Sword Light Steps and Phoenix Soars the 9 Heavens. The Gold Phoenix Transformation and the King Level Black Tortoise Divine Body were moves that needed to be honed continuously to unleash their true power. As for the Elementary General Level Inorganic Flame Sword Technique, he didn't need to cultivate it for the time being. He had already reached the perfection stage. It would be a waste of time to cultivate it again. 3 days later, Ling Xiao saw the huge shadow of Sword God City. Sword God City was indeed Sword God City. It gave people the feeling that a peerless sword stood there, revealing an incomparably terrifying sharpness. It made people tremble with fear. The moment he got close to Sword God City, Ling Xiao could feel the spirit of the place that had been stabbed out. Of course, it was mainly the land spirit. The abundant spirit Qi made Sword God City an excellent place for cultivation. The martial artists here would cultivate at a speed more than 10 times faster than the martial artists in the 8 Immortals' kingdom. It was no wonder that although the Sword dynasty had declined, its overall strength was still incomparable to those small countries. With such abundant resources, it was impossible for them not to be powerful. Ling Xiao felt more and more that the reason why the martial artists in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Divine Phoenix Continent were inferior to the martial artists in the later continents was not because of their lack of aptitude. It was purely because the cultivation place was not good and the resources were not enough. If Ling Xiao had cultivated in Sword God City from the beginning, his current cultivation level would be unimaginably strong. Therefore, it was absolutely right to come out. It was also absolutely right to lead the geniuses of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to this better cultivation place. Now, the geniuses in the 8 Immortals' kingdom had also entered the first job transformation. It would be a miracle if this happened in the previous 3 continents. It was estimated that many people would never become rebirth state martial artists in their lifetime. Think about it carefully. How could a dragon become strong in the shallows? Like most cities, Sword God City was also divided into an inner city and an outer city. It was just that it was much bigger. It was dozens of times bigger than the capital city of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. After sighing with emotion, Ling Xiao walked toward the gate of Sword God City. He did not forget that his current role was the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Therefore, his every movement gave off an unfathomable feeling of a senior expert. Ordinary martial artists had to queue up to enter. But someone with the status of the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor naturally had special privileges. He went straight to the gate guard captain. Without saying anything, the guard captain had already recognized him. Greetings to the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor! The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was not only a Sword Emperor, but also a relative of the imperial family. Therefore, his status was actually very high. Before an open rebellion, no one dared to provoke him. Of course, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was now a sword saint. It was just that many people did not know this. Ling Xiao looked at the person in front of him and was somewhat shocked. A mere guard was actually a top sword king in the first job transformation Yin Yang realm. Chapter 3192. Rise. May I enter now? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the guard captain. Sword Empress Golda Phoenix, the guard replied. A few days ago, His Highness the Crown Prince returned and issued orders that anyone who enters Sword God City will be subject to strict scrutiny. Please don't make things difficult for us. What a brat. That stinking brat has grown up. In the past, I even peed on him. Now, he actually dares to stop me from entering? You might be afraid of him, but aren't you afraid of me? Ling Xiao said coldly. It was only natural that Yang Qi had learned from Sword Empress Golden Phoenix. Sword Empress Golden Phoenix had been like that when she had first come to Sword God City. If Yang Qi did as he was told, it would only raise suspicions. Sword Empress Golden Phoenix, please don't make things difficult for me. The guard captain frowned. I won't make things difficult for you. However, I'm here to deliver the eldest princess ashes to the imperial tomb. Let's see how many heads you'll be able to chop off. Not even that brat Dugu Xingjian would dare to do something like this. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He simply looked at the guard captain with an enigmatic smile. Please don't be angry, Sword Empress Golden Phoenix, Yang Qi said coolly. I was muddle-headed. Let me in. These gatekeepers also look down on people with dog eyes. The only reason they dared to stop Sword Empress Golden Phoenix was because the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace hadn't joined Sword God Hall yet. And yet they didn't dare to stop the eldest Princess Ashes. After all, she was a relative of the imperial family. Furthermore, she was the younger sister of Sword God Hall. Speaking of which, a box of ashes was more important than the face of the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. It was quite funny. Chuckling inwardly, Ling Xiao entered Sword God City through a side gate. Normally speaking, only people with true status were allowed to enter through the side gate. However, as soon as he entered the city, he caught sight of someone approaching. It was a woman, dressed in red. She was very pretty, but her expression was one of disdain, as if everyone owed her money. Shockingly, she was a Sword Emperor in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Indeed, Duge Xingjian's words weren't false. The strength of Sword Dynasty wasn't as simple as it seemed. Just this woman alone had the strength of a Sword Emperor. Who knew if he would encounter a Sword Saint after entering? It seemed that a disguise was absolutely necessary. Who is he? The woman asked the captain of the guards. Lord Hongyu, this man is the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, the palace master of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. The guard captain hurriedly replied. Have you checked it? Hongyu asked again. Reporting to Lady Hongyu, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor is carrying the eldest princess's urn. Before the captain could finish his words, he was interrupted by the woman. I'm not talking nonsense. Did you check it? No. Damn it. Hongyu raised the whip in her hand and lashed it at the captain's head. This was an expert at the level of a Sword Emperor. Although the guard captain wasn't weak, he was only at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, level 18 of Hell. If he was really hit by this whip, he would definitely die. Lady, isn't your temper a bit too big? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly reached out. He grabbed the end of the whip and said, If I let you kill him, will I, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, still have face? Will the eldest princess still have face? Let go! Hongyu yelled. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Other than the Sword God and the old ancestor, I won't give face to anyone. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Looking at your outfit, you're most likely that kid Duge Xingjian's Red Gem Guard. I've heard that kid doesn't seem to be interested in women, but deep down, he's the same as his uncle, the Unfettered King. He keeps a lot of young girls around him, and they are all quite strong. I'm afraid you're one of the best in the Red Gem Guard, right? Since you know, why don't you let go? You dare to provoke the Crown Prince's people? Hongyu said angrily. Bah! Others think he's the Crown Prince, but I think he's a fart. How dare he shout at me when his hair isn't even fully grown? As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. A force passed through the whip and sent Hongyu flying. You can't move your arms anymore. Go back and tell Duge Xingjian that if he wants to show off, wait until he sits on the throne. He's just a crown prince. Who knows when he'll be deposed? Don't be so smug. After he finished speaking, he left. Many of the people near the city gate were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He dared to deal with the Red Gem Guard on the street. If this person wasn't crazy, then he must have some background. After entering the city, Ling Xiao realized that Duge Xingjian's words weren't false. It was rumored that only those at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm and above could live in the Sword God City. Even the relatives of the court officials could only live in the satellite cities if they weren't strong enough. There were 4 satellite cities in the Sword God City. They weren't as big as the Sword God City, and the spirit chi here wasn't as abundant. Anyone in the Sword God City could be a tyrant in a small country like the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. Even in most of the sects in the Sword Dynasty, they would definitely be top-notch figures. This was why the Sword Dynasty was able to stand tall. The experts were all selected and tamed by them. Who could resist them? After passing through the outer city, Ling Xiao went straight to the inner city. The bloodthirsty sword tomb was in the inner city. Ling Yao's goal was clear. He had to rescue Falling Moon and the 18th sword. As for Jian Luoying, he could only wait and see. The guards in the inner city were even stronger. With the Sword Sovereign guarding the door, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to break in. The people here were much more perceptive. When they saw the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, they hurriedly let him in. In fact, the security in the inner city was much looser than the outer city. It was mainly because the martial artists living in the inner city were at least at the peak of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if someone broke in, they wouldn't be able to come out. Holding the urn, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was unimpeded and arrived at the Golden Imperial Palace. Here, the royal family members led by the Sword God were discussing the marriage of the carefree king and some other confidential matters. When they heard someone report that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor had arrived, they all shut their mouths. The Sword God Dugubajian had a domineering aura that was very similar to the Dugu Xingjian. However, he was obviously more vicious. Compared to the Dugu Xingjian, he had an additional sense of mystery that made people wary. Although he didn't release any true yuan, he already had a majestic aura just by sitting casually on the throne. "You're here," Dugubajian said faintly when he saw the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. "Your Majesty, this is the Princess Royal's ashes. It's a pity that we couldn't kill Ling Xiao and avenge the Princess Royal." Ling Xiao carried the urn with both hands. Naturally, someone came to take it. "You don't have to worry about revenge. Since you're here, stay in the Sword God City for the time being. You can't be absent from the wedding of the carefree king." Chapter 3193. "Why? Isn't revenge the most important thing at the moment?" Ling Xiao said. "There's no why. Just do what I tell you to do. There are many good places in the inner city. Aside from the harem, there's also the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. You must be very interested in what's in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound, right?" Dugubajian smiled. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was thinking and didn't dare to reply. "Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. If you want to go, let Eunuch Gao take you there. It's very dangerous inside. I don't know if Ling Xiao will come, but I do hope that he will. Once he goes in, he won't be able to come out." "Ha!" Dugubajian smiled and said, "Eunuch Gao, go arrange a place for my good brother-in-law." This servant obeys. Eunuch Gao raised his voice and accepted the emperor's order, then left with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and followed Eunuch Gao outside. As long as he stayed in the inner city, he would have a chance to come into contact with the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. Even if it was a trap, he had to give it a try. "Imperial Father, the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound is the most secretive place of the Imperial family. How can you let the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor enter as he pleases?" After Ling Xiao left, Dugubajian looked at Dugubajian and asked, "Is it not good? The Bloodthirsty Sword needs the blood of experts to nourish it. It would be best if the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor didn't betray me, but if he has a rebellious heart and tries to do something in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound, then he will definitely become nourishment for the Bloodthirsty Sword. Falling Moon is the same. 18th Sword is the same. That monster is the same. No one can maintain their disguise after entering the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. There is an array of truth there. All false things will be forcefully stripped of their masks after entering. An enemy can't escape the calamity of being trapped. A friend will naturally let him out." Dugubajian smiled confidently, sinisterly, and complacently. "Imperial Father is wise," Dugubajian praised. "All right, that's all for today's meeting. We've said everything that needs to be said. You can all go and prepare. Carefree King's wedding is the nightmare of all the affiliated kingdoms' royal families. It will also be the opportunity for Heavenly Sword Hall to truly control the Sword Dynasty. At the same time, those traitors will probably take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them all." Dugubajian revealed a cold smile, and then his body gradually disappeared from the throne. The one sitting there was actually not his real body. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Eunuch Gao arrived at a side room. "Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, this will be your residence for the time being. If there's anywhere you want to go, just tell me and I'll bring you around." Eunuch Gao smiled. "How about you take me to the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound?" Ling Xiao said. He'd come to Sword God City this time to visit the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. Since Dugubajian had given him the opportunity, he'd decided to join the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. Why didn't he go? He knew that this might be a trap, but what kind of trap hadn't he seen before? Why would he be afraid? Hearing about the bloodthirsty sword mound, Eunuch Gao couldn't help but tremble. If Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor wants to go, I naturally wouldn't dare to not let you go. But that place is really not a good place to go. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. That's good. Come with me. Eunuch Gao really didn't want to go to the bloodthirsty sword mound, but with Dugu Beijian's order, he didn't dare to not bring Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao maintained an incomparably calm state of mind and followed behind Eunuch Gao. He knew very well that it was very difficult to silently rescue the two people locked in the bloodthirsty sword mound. But there was always a way. It was best not to alarm Dugu Beijian if he could. With his current strength, even if he could defeat Dugu Beijian, he would probably be seriously injured. At that time, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? So if he could avoid a fight, he would try his best not to fight. This was something that he had planned long ago. But if someone else tried to pick a fight with him, things would be different. As they neared the bloodthirsty sword mound, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that the air around them had changed. It was cold, somber, and filled with a terrifying, evil energy. It was enough to make one's blood boil. It seems Dugu Beijian wasn't lying when he said that the bloodthirsty sword mound was the trump card of the sword dynasty. Ling Xiao frowned, but quickly composed himself. Your Highness, that's him! Just as he was about to enter the staircase leading to the bloodthirsty sword mound, a voice rang out. Ah, that's right. Ling Xiao turned around to look and saw a group of people approaching. One of them was Red Jade, whom he had injured outside the city gates. The other was the Crown Prince, Dugu Xingjian, who was carried in a sedan chair. Back in the Golden Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao had noticed that Dugu Beijian had not only fully recovered from his injuries, but had also broken through to the 4th division of life seizing. After all, he was the second sword god of the sword dynasty. Geniuses really were geniuses. Not only did he not die in battle, he actually made a breakthrough. Despite all that, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Dugu Beijian had just broken through to the 4th division of life seizing, so he definitely wasn't a match for Yang Qi. Of that, Yang Qi was confident. Slap yourself, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. 99 slaps. If you don't, I'll make sure your blood splatters all over the place. Dugu Beijian didn't seem to have any intention of getting out of his sedan. As far as Yang Qi was concerned, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was nothing more than a 2nd division life-sizer, and was vastly inferior to him. Even if his father didn't want to kill Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, it didn't matter if he did. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Back in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, Dugu Beijian had seriously injured Dugu Beijian, and then forced him to flee. And here he was, acting so smug. Apparently, the Dragon Mammoth tribe hadn't taught him a lesson. Come to think of it, you brat, Dugu Beijian said. You should call me uncle. How rude. Who should be slapped? Ling Xiao said, his eyes narrowing into slits. Perhaps it would be a good idea to teach Dugu Beijian a lesson on behalf of Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. After all, he wasn't sure if he would be able to come out of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre alive. Therefore, he decided to do whatever he could. Uncle? You think you're worthy? Dugu Beijian said coldly. If you don't slap yourself, then you'll die here. You won't be able to come out of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre alive anyway. Did you hear that? His Highness the Crown Prince wants you to slap yourself, Hong Yu said harshly. TSK. You really are a wicked dog. You're a beautiful woman, but you have such a nasty personality. Clicking his tongue, Ling Xiao sighed. You want me to slap myself? Fine. With that, he blurred into motion like a phoenix soaring through the highest heavens. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Hong Yu and began to slap her across the face. After 99 slaps, Hong Yu's face looked like a pig's head. Here you go! Chapter 3194. Damn it! Do you really think I won't kill you? Dugu Xingjian was furious. He leaped from the palanquin and charged at Ling Xiao. Dugu Xingjian's fist struck him. Ling Xiao punched back. Curse runes shone on his fist. They were blood red in color, which was what the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was best at. Rumble! The collision between the two of them caused the entire inner city to shake. Dugu Xingjian flew back to the palanquin. Ling Xiao also retreated a dozen meters. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched in the fight. Dugu Xingjian frowned. He had only used half of his strength, but his opponent hadn't used his full strength either. Since when did the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor become so powerful? No wonder you're so arrogant. You even dared to touch my people. It seems that your cultivation is different from the rumors. Dugu Xingjian said coldly. Your Highness, you flatter me. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No need. Let's go. Dugu Xingjian's main purpose of standing up for Hong Yu was to test the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. If the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was so weak that he could kill him with a single punch, there was no need to recruit him, or even send him to the bloodthirsty demonic sword tomb. However, it seemed that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was qualified to enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb. His strength wasn't bad at all. After Dugu Xingjian left, Eunuch Gao said, Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, the entrance to the bloodthirsty sword tomb is at the bottom of this staircase. There's no one guarding it. I won't follow you. To be honest, I'm afraid of that place as well. Any martial artist who goes there will regret it. Thank you for your reminder. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he could feel the terror of the bloodthirsty sword mound from here. However, he had no other choice. He had to go in. No matter what, he had to save her. He took a step forward and walked down the stairs. It was getting darker, and the smell of blood was getting stronger. He saw something that looked like a teleportation array, but it was blood red in color. It looked like a demon that could devour one's soul. Ku! Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and finally stepped in. A moment later, Ling Xiao saw his surroundings clearly. His guess was not wrong. This was indeed a small world, and it was incompatible with the outside world. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Even the ground was blood red. Just by standing there, he could feel a terrifying suction force sucking away his blood. Array of reality! Ling Xiao activated his quintessential essence and controlled his qi and blood. Then, he opened his Tai Chi eye. Since Dugu Beijian dared to let him come here, it meant that there must be a trap here. He had to find out first. With one look, he understood. The array of reality could turn all illusions into reality. For example, Ling Zhao's true thoughts and his true identity would be exposed without reservation. What a pity, Dugu Beijian. You can use this method to deal with others, but against me, Ling Xiao, you're still too inexperienced. Ling Xiao sneered but was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he sat down in a lotus position. On one hand, he was adapting to the air and gravity here. On the other hand, he was observing and analyzing the array of reality. This array formation obviously could not have been set up by the people of the current era. Ling Xiao observed that the array of reality had existed for at least 90,000 years. The array formation was extremely powerful and perfect. Even though 90,000 years had passed, it was still able to repair itself without any flaws. If he did not have the Tai Chi Eye and the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, this array formation would really be difficult to break. After about an hour, Ling Xiao stood up and walked forward. Bloody gales continued to blow, but he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, the array of reality had already been broken. Although it still existed, it would not expose him. However, this was definitely not the array of reality. After analyzing it, Ling Xiao discovered that not only was the heaven and earth spirit chi in this bloodthirsty sword array zero, but he also could not cultivate or recover his internal energy. There was even a terrifying force that was forcibly extracting the quintessential essence from his body. The longer he stayed here, the more troublesome it would be. If Ling Xiao had not possessed a large amount of quintessential essence pills that could recover internal energy, he would really have had a hard time moving forward this time. What exactly is this thing? How could it be so terrifying? Is it even more pressurizing than Dugu Beijian? Ling Xiao frowned. However, no matter how difficult it was, it could not stop him from rescuing people. This place was so dangerous, so Yen Yu and the 18th sword must have already had their quintessential essence sucked dry. The current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to find them as soon as possible. He quickened his pace. The bloodthirsty sword tomb did not seem like a single level. Ling Xiao could sense that the most frightening aura was coming from the deepest part of the bloodthirsty sword tomb. The prisoners imprisoned on the first level were roughly at the Yin-Yang First Revolution and the 18th level of Hell. Many prisoners were locked up in each cell. However, most of them were lying there weakly. The quintessential essence in their bodies was empty, and only a little was left to sustain their lives. This doesn't seem like a prison cell. It seems more like a cultivation room. The people here seem to have been raised to provide quintessential essence. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Who would have thought that the inner city of the Sword Dynasty would have such a terrifying place? From the look of it, the Sword Dynasty was much darker than he had imagined. "Hey, new guy!" A very confident voice came from the prison cell. Ling Xiao looked around, and realized that this prisoner was different from the others. Apparently, his quintessential essence hadn't been sucked dry. In fact, he was in excellent condition. "Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon and the Devil Dragon Sword Quartz 18th Sword?" Ling Xiao looked at that person and asked. "Let me out, and I'll tell you." The man smiled. Ling Xiao didn't respond. Instead, he waved his hand and sent a stream of sword energy toward the cell. Although the cells were sturdy, anyone in the first division of the life-seizing level or higher could easily break them open. Therefore, only life-seizers were imprisoned here. "Heh. Everyone calls me the Gopher King. What's your name?" the man said excitedly. Although he maintained his good condition, he still couldn't break out of the prison cell, which made him very depressed. "Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix," Ling Xiao said coldly. "I've already done what you asked me to do. Now tell me, where are those 2 people?" The Gopher King scratched his head. 9 Defiance Falling Moon and the Devil Dragon Sword Quartz 18th Sword are both in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. If I'm not mistaken, they should be imprisoned on the 3rd level. How do we get there? Ling Xiao asked. The surroundings were shrouded in a bloody mist, making it impossible to see the path ahead. "If I show you the way, they'll kill me," the Gopher King said. "If you don't, I'll kill you right now." Chapter 3195. "That's not what I meant, Sir Sword Emperor." Gopher King chuckled. "There's only one way out of here, and I'm afraid you'll need my help. Therefore, I only have one request, and that is to trouble Your Excellency Sword Emperor to protect me. You know the way out?" Ling Xiao was a bit surprised. His original plan had been to rescue Sword 18th and Falling Moon, then figure out a way to leave. He couldn't leave through the same entrance. After all, it was easy to get in, but not easy to get out. He needed Dugubatian's permission. Dugubatian wasn't stupid enough to let Sword 18th and Falling Moon out. "Deal!" Ling Xiao agreed after a moment of thought. With Gopher King leading the way, not only would it be easier to find Sword 18th and Falling Moon, but it would also be easier to get out. "You'd better not lie to me," Gopher King said. "If you do, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Ling Xiao glanced at the Gopher King and said, "Let's go. You lead the way, and I'll follow behind. You don't have to be afraid no matter what trouble you encounter. No one can do anything to you with me around." "All right." Gopher King was ready to take a gamble. There was no way he could get out of the bloodthirsty sword mound on his own. Although the entrance wasn't guarded, the exit was guarded by the bloodthirsty sword sage, the boss of the place, the bloodthirsty sword sage. The sword sage had guarded the bloodthirsty sword mound for over 100 years, and had never left. That was why the outside world didn't know how powerful he was. But Gopher King knew. Someone had tried to escape, but the bloodthirsty sword sage had chopped them up and fed them to a dog. That dog was a blood-fang dog, a 2nd stratum 1-star life-sizer demonling, and as strong as a sword emperor. Although he couldn't guarantee that Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix would be able to escape, at least there was hope. He had to give it a shot. With Gopher King leading the way, Ling Xiao didn't have to take many detours. It didn't take long for them to reach the third floor. After all, the prisoners on the third floor were all second division life seizers. Although it was faint, Ling Xiao could sense the auras of Sword 18th and Falling Moon. Stop! Just as he was about to save them, a particularly coquettish woman with a whip in her hand blocked their path. Beside this woman, there were 2 tall and mighty warriors who were more than 3 meters tall. These 2 martial artists were both male. They wore iron headgear on their heads and looked very fierce. But in the profound world, what seemed to be fierce might not necessarily be so. With the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao easily detected the cultivation of these 2 people. Both were in the second division of life seizing. Just like that woman. Who are you? The woman questioned. Can't Duga Beijian allow me to visit the bloodthirsty sword tomb? Ling Xiao said coldly. I've never heard of such an order. If you obediently put on your shackles and come with me to see the bloodthirsty sword saint, I can spare your lives. The woman said coldly. Then I'm sorry, I don't have time for that. Ling Xiao sneered and pulled the Gopher King behind him. Then, he extended his hands forward and released sharp sword chi from his fingertips, attacking the 3 of them at the same time. He was here to save people, so how could he possibly allow himself to be captured? Kill him! The woman shrieked, backing up. As for the 2 burly men, they pounced on Ling Xiao. Slash! Despite their thick skin, it was still difficult for them to resist the cursed sword chi released by Ling Xiao's hands. The blood-red sword energy pierced through their bodies. Ling Xiao didn't stop. He took a step forward and threw an uppercut at the guard, sending her flying into the ceiling. Let's go! The guard fell to the ground and fainted. Ling Xiao called out to the Gopher King, and then he charged forward. The Gopher King was shocked. He had assumed that this self-proclaimed Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was only in the second division of life seizing. Facing the female guard and her 2 subordinates would definitely be a tough fight, and he might not even be able to defeat them. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to take down the 3 of them so easily in just a few moves? Maybe it'll work. The Gopher King excitedly chased after him. The third floor was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. There were prison cells on the first and second floors. But the third floor didn't have anything like that. Along the way, he saw several second division life seizers leaning against the walls. They weren't restrained, but their faces were ashen and filled with despair. It was as if an invisible hand was choking them, making it impossible for them to escape. Seeing them, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Falling Moon and Sword 18. Please don't let anything happen to them. Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. It's the aura of Sword 18's master! As the aura grew clearer, Ling Xiao confirmed that his intuition was right. He turned a corner. He finally saw Sword 18. At this moment, Sword 18 was tied high up on a huge rack. He was on the verge of death. Only a small portion of his true energy was left to sustain his life. As for the rest, it had been completely sucked dry. Even so, there were still a few people below who kept whipping Sword 18 with their whips. Damn it! When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was furious to the extreme. Without even thinking, he used Phoenix Soars through the 9 heavens to appear in the middle of the group. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial demon sword that Madame Golden Phoenix had once used. It was a treasured sword on the same level as the demon dragon's sword. It belonged to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, so it wouldn't reveal his identity. As soon as the celestial demon sword appeared, blood-red sword light flashed. There were a total of 7 people, and before they could even understand what had happened, all of their heads had already fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao quickly put Sword 18 down and examined him. He was in bad shape. His internal energy had been depleted, and he couldn't heal himself. His injuries were getting worse. With that in mind, he fed Sword 18 a healing pill. Not only could it heal injuries, but it could also restore internal energy. This was the recovery pill. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of materials from the last trip to the Ice Venerable's forbidden ground. He had refined a lot of healing pills, so he didn't have to worry about running out. He swallowed a healing pill. In just 3 to 5 minutes, Sword 18 had already woken up. "Master!" Ling Xiao shouted. "You are the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? But why do you call me Master?" Sword 18 was a little confused. "I am Ling Xiao. I just changed my appearance," Ling Xiao said through his soul. He didn't know if anyone could see him, so it was better not to expose his true identity. Dugubajian might not take the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's rebellion seriously. After all, the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor had reached the limit of his martial arts. It wasn't that easy to improve. But Ling Xiao was different. He was so talented that he even defeated Dugubajian. Chapter 3196. "Wonderful," Sword 18 said. "And here I thought I was going to die." As soon as Sword 18 heard Ling Xiao's name, his heart filled with mixed feelings. In the past, he had taken in Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao, and had never expected to get anything out of Ling Xiao. Who could ever have guessed that Ling Xiao would save him today? He really hadn't made a mistake in taking in this apprentice. "Master, enough chit-chat," Sword 18 said. "I came here to save you and 9 Defiance's big sister Lanwe. Here are some mid-grade spirit stones, about 10,000 in total. Use them to recover your internal energy." Ling Xiao knew that martial artists in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound couldn't recover their internal energy on their own. They could only rely on medicinal pills or spirit stones. Healing pills were a bit of a luxury, but mid-grade spirit stones were more than enough. Sword 18 didn't refuse. Taking the spirit stones, he said, "It's best if you don't let anyone else see the spirit stones. From the 3rd floor onward, you'll be surrounded by a bunch of lunatics. They'll kill you to get the spirit stones. Don't tell me there are more than 3 floors in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound?" Ling Xiao said in shock. "Of course there are more than 3. There are 5 floors in total. The 4th floor is where 3rd Division Life Seizers are locked up, and the 5th floor is for 4th Division Life Seizers. Dugubatian used to fight alongside his sworn brothers, but in the end, he locked them up in here and used them as tools for his bloodthirsty devil's sword. How cruel!" The Gopher Rat King walked over. "The exit we're looking for is on the 5th floor, the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. That's where the only exit is. You seem to know a lot about this place," Sword 18 said. "I almost forgot to ask. How come you don't seem affected by the magical laws here?" Ling Xiao said, looking curiously at the Gopher Rat King. "To tell you the truth, I'm just a rat in the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound. It wasn't easy for me to reach my current level of cultivation," Gopher King replied. "The laws here affect you, but it's not a problem for me. I can absorb spiritual chi from the soil." "No wonder." Ling Xiao nodded his head, looked at the ground beneath his feet, and said, "I can sense that Elder Sister Yunua's aura comes from below. Most likely, she was already in the 3rd division of the life-seizing level when she came to Sword God City. There's no time to lose. Let's go find her." Yes. Even Sword 18's life had been saved by Ling Xiao. Although he had nothing to do with Falling Moon, if Ling Xiao wanted to save someone, it was impossible for him not to help. As for the Gopher King, he wouldn't be of much help, but the matter of leading the way still depended on him. "Wait, there's something I have to tell you," Gopher King suddenly said. "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. We're in a hurry to save people," Ling Xiao said anxiously. "When we reach the 4th level, we have to be careful of the Golden Rat Saint," the Gopher King said. "The Golden Rat Sage is the same as me, a spirit born in the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. However, after I was captured, it became the lackey of the Heavenly Sword Hall. He established his own faction on the 4th level because there was a spirit stone mine on the 4th level, and it was a bloodthirsty spirit stone. The quality of the bloodthirsty spirit stone is basically mid-grade. After absorbing it, not only can one recover their inner strength, but it can also allow the martial artist to obtain the bloodthirsty ability. For a period of time, their combat strength will skyrocket without any side effects. Therefore, the Golden Rat Emperor has always been helping the Heavenly Sword Hall manage the Spirit Stone mine on the 4th level. He will take a portion of it as his reward and hand the rest to the Heavenly Sword Hall. I reckon that if the person you're talking about is on the 4th level, then she must be enslaved by him. If you want to save her, you have to defeat this Golden Rat Sage first. Thank you for the reminder. Lead the way. You don't have to worry about the battle. When we reach the next level, I'll hide you and take care of the battle. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Gopher King to help him fight. With only the strength of a Sword King, the Gopher King was too weak. When they reached the 4th level, Ling Xiao put the Gopher King into the beast's ring to hide. The 18th sword was also placed inside by Ling Xiao and given a heavenly tribulation pill. With Sword 18's current cultivation, he could no longer help Ling Xiao much. But if he could break through, it would be different. With Sword 18's heaven-defying experience, once he became a Sword Saint, even Sword God Dugabajian would have a headache. Therefore, letting him break through was much more worth it than letting him fight. In any case, Ling Xiao still had Little Gold with him. At the critical moment, he could just call Little Gold out. After hiding the two, Ling Xiao went straight to the Golden Rat Sage's territory. The 4th level was much larger than the previous levels. And because there were more powerhouses, their auras were chaotic, so Ling Xiao couldn't capture Falling Moon's aura at this time. He could only search one place at a time. This first area was naturally the Golden Rat Sage's territory. Boom! A series of explosions made many warriors who were working hard couldn't help but look over. They saw dozens of the Golden Rat Sage's subordinates were directly blasted away. After landing on the ground, they couldn't get up. I've already warned you to get the Golden Rat Sage to come out and see me. You actually dare to stop me? You're asking for a beating. Ling Xiao's arrogant voice sounded on the 4th level. This attracted everyone's attention. Who is that person? So arrogant? Probably a newcomer who just came. Speaking of which, when I was captured and brought here, I was also so frivolous and arrogant. It's a pity that I was beaten into submission not long later. Yeah, that Golden Rat Sage isn't afraid of the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb's special laws at all. Who's his match? Right at this time, a group of people flew over. Their fierce auras made the warriors who were working lower their heads one after another, afraid that those people would misunderstand that they were slacking off. The Golden Rat Sage really came. That guy is in trouble. Of all people to offend, he just had to offend the Golden Rat Sage. In the 4th and 5th levels of the mining area, the Golden Rat Sage is considered a top 5 expert. Probably some genius youth. He's used to being arrogant outside and doesn't know the dangers here. Everyone discussed animatedly, and they all broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. Of course, there was no lack of gloating. If he was unlucky, he also hoped that others would be unlucky with him. Insolent fanatic, how dare you behave atrociously in this sage's territory? Tell me your name. The Golden Rat Sage's appearance was very wretched, and he really did look a little repulsive. He floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao from above, asking fiercely. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're the Golden Rat Sage, right? Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Ha ha, so you're here for that woman. She's already become my wife. TSK. That's a good feeling. The Golden Rat Sage laughed and said, If you kneel down and beg me, I might let you see her. Ha ha. It's fine if you're joking, but if it's true, just wait to be cut into pieces. Ling Xiao's face suddenly darkened, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. You're courting death. A person beside the Golden Rat Sage roared. How dare you disrespect our boss? Watch me cut you into pieces. Chapter 3197. Remember to keep him alive, Flying Squirrel. The living are far more useful than the dead. He'll be our slave for the rest of his life. Sage Golden Rat chuckled coldly. Yes, sir. With that, Flying Squirrel shot toward Ling Xiao. In the void, his figure suddenly became blurry, turning into dozens of phantoms. All of them looked real, but at the same time, all of them looked fake. It was almost impossible to tell which was which. What an interesting movement technique, Yang Qi thought. Ling Xiao looked at Flying Squirrel. Although his cultivation base wasn't very high, his movement technique was something that most people would have a hard time dealing with. It wasn't like Ling Xiao's Golden Phoenix incarnation, which was a true clone that could actually fight. However, the illusory images could still put the enemy in a very difficult position. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix is a Sword Emperor, Flying Squirrel said. I'm also a Sword Emperor. I even beat a Sword Sage to a pulp. I hope you don't make things too boring for me. A cold, cruel smile tugged at the corners of Flying Squirrel's mouth. Do you want to lie on the list of achievements forever? Cut the crap. Make your move. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of the 4th Division life-sizer Duguxingjian, so why would he be afraid of a clown like this? In the eyes of most people, illusory images might be difficult to deal with. But to Yang Qi, they were meaningless. After all, his Taiji eye could see through all illusions. How arrogant! Flying Squirrel said. We've been in here for too long. I can't believe the people outside have become so arrogant. It's about time we taught them a lesson. Flying Squirrel's eyes suddenly turned very sharp. Then, dozens of illusory images shot toward Ling Xiao from different angles. That was how he had defeated a 3rd Division life-sizer in the past. That person had been unable to identify his true form, and had been forced to take a beating. Eventually, he had lost interest in fighting, and had turned to flee. Ha ha ha, can you tell which one is real? Dozens of voices rang out in unison. Idiots! Ling Xiao said, looking at one of the illusory figures. Then, he flicked his finger, sending a stream of blood-red sword energy toward the illusory figure. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, all of the phantoms disappeared. Fei Shu's main body fell to the ground. There was a bright red wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Defeated? Flying Squirrel actually lost to an outsider? Everyone was stunned. The Golden Rat Saint's people were even more dumbfounded. You! How can you tell where my real body is? Flying Squirrel was not dead. He was only injured. Ling Xiao did not want to kill him. Otherwise, that stab wouldn't have hit any other part of his body, but a vital point. At this moment, he could not believe that he had lost. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao had actually managed to identify him easily. Moreover, the sword chi from his finger had directly struck him backwards, preventing him from continuing to fly. This level of insight. This level of accuracy. It was simply inconceivable. Could it be that he knows some kind of eye technique? The Golden Rat Sage frowned. Fei Shu's strength was not considered to be very strong. What he relied on was his ethereal movement technique. Once this movement technique was seen through, even a martial artist of the same cultivation level would be able to easily defeat Fei Shu. Because of this, the Golden Rat Sage was not afraid. This could only mean that Ling Zhao's technique was outstanding and that he had an eye technique that could restrain Fei Shu. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the point of this little bit of technique and eye technique? Trash! The Golden Rat Sage glared at Fei Shu. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, I've long heard of your name. If I go to the outside world, the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace and Demon Dragon Sword Court won't be able to do as you please. Today, your good luck ends. As he spoke, his body suddenly shot up. His body was like gold, emitting a dazzling light. Then, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was like a huge metal spaceship crashing down. It made people feel like there was no way to avoid it. He's indeed powerful. He's almost at the level of the Poison Great Saint. It seems that the Sword Dynasty is full of hidden talents. But I can't let him live, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Today, since he had met the Golden Rat Sage, he had to kill him. Otherwise, if he started a war with the Sword Dynasty, this guy would cause trouble and become a big problem. Bang! Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he threw out a punch. His fist was filled with the yellow power of the black tortoise and the blood-red curse power. This punch easily blocked the golden rat sage's fist. Impossible! You're only a sword emperor! The golden rat sage could not accept this result. He roared and started throwing out punches with both fists. Golden meteor fist! Like a meteor shower, his fists rained down on Ling Xiao. The number and power of his punches were stronger than the previous one. He did not believe that the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor could block one of his punches. Could he block hundreds or thousands of his punches? Bang, 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 bang. However, what frustrated the Golden Rat Sage was that Ling Xiao's punches were as fast as his punches. All of his attacks were blocked by Ling Xiao. The ground had collapsed from the terrifying force, but Ling Xiao did not move an inch. Have you had enough fun? Ling Xiao's voice was suddenly heard. With a clang, the Sky Demon's sword was unsheathed again. If you have, it's my turn! Cursed Dragon! This was the first move of the cursed sword. When the Sky Demon's sword stabbed out, the roar of a divine dragon could be heard. The sword she was not straight. Instead, it was curved like a blood-red divine dragon. It stabbed at the Golden Rat Sage from a strange angle. Oh no, I can't dodge it! The Golden Rat Sage was shocked. This sword was not only fast, but it was also from a strange angle. No matter how he dodged, it was impossible. Since he could not dodge, he could only defend. Golden Shield! Many polygonal defensive formations appeared on the surface of his body. They were like countless small shields. This is my strongest defense. Even if I can't dodge your attack, you won't be able to hurt me. The Golden Rat Sage roared. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The cursed dragon had already touched the golden shield. Chi! It was like tearing a piece of paper. It did not even pause for a moment before it pierced through the Golden Rat Sage's body. Pfft! Blood spurted out of his mouth. The Golden Rat Sage's body was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale and he looked extremely frightened. What? The Sword Emperor defeated the Sword Sage? Is the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor that strong? Those martial artists who originally did not believe that Ling Xiao could survive at all were somewhat confused at this time. In the past, there had been people like Ling Xiao. When they first came in, they were very confident that they would defeat the Golden Rat Sage and seize the mine on the 4th level. After all, one could only survive in the bloodthirsty sword tomb if they had spirit stones. However, those people had all been defeated miserably without exception. The Golden Rat Sage did not kill them. Instead, he shackled them and enslaved them forever. However, Ling Xiao's appearance today was like a ray of golden light piercing through the haze in the sky. It gave these people hope. Chapter 3198. Who knows, maybe I can get out of here. The 4th floor was filled with experts in the 3rd division of life seizing. In the outside world, all of them were famous giants of a region. But now, they were locked up here, and had to endure daily humiliation. It was a fate worse than death. Kill him! Someone shouted. Kill him! Someone else shouted. Everyone here hated the Sword God Hall's lackey, the Golden Rat Sage, to the core. Did you hear that? They want me to kill you! Ling Xiao looked at the rat, not because he wanted to kill him, but because he wanted to weaken the Sword Dynasty. It's not too late to back down, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. If you dare to kill me, neither the Crown Prince nor the Sword God will let you off the hook. The Golden Rat Sage looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Trying to look tough, huh? How laughable. I came to the bloodthirsty Sword Sepulchre to save people, so why would I want to offend anyone? You just said that you captured Falling Moon, is that true? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he grabbed the Golden Rat Sage's head and lifted him up. At that moment, the Golden Rat Sage was terrified. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, he would be dead. I was joking. Just joking. Truth be told, after Falling Moon was locked up here, I tried to find her, but couldn't find her. Maybe she's with another Sword Sage. The Golden Rat Sage was truly scared now. He could feel that as long as Ling Xiao exerted a little more force, his head would be crushed into pieces. At that time, there would be no way for him to survive. Are there any other sword sages here besides you and the bloodthirsty sword sage? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Yes, of course. There's another on the 4th floor, Sage Inferno, who's just as famous as I am. And the guy on the 5th floor is even more terrifying. He's on the same level as the bloodthirsty sword sage, and supposedly even stronger than the crown prince. That's right, the rat replied. Oh. Then you can go die. Ling Xiao didn't hold back, and killed the rat. He knew that raising a tiger would only invite calamity. Besides, if the rat wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill him? Moreover, this bastard actually dared to use Falling Moon as a joke. He deserved to die. After killing the golden rat sage, Ling Xiao checked his storage ring. This guy actually had over 10 million bloodthirsty spirit stones in his storage ring. These bloodthirsty spirit stones were all mid-grade spirit stones, but they came with the bloodthirsty ability. In a sense, it was even more valuable than ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. I've profited. Smiling, he separated the bloodthirsty spirit stone from the ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. Where is the Inferno Saint? He turned around and asked the martial artists who were working hard. If you keep going to the 5th floor, the Raging Flame Saint's territory is close to the 5th floor, a martial artist said. Although they saw the hope of escaping, they didn't dare act rashly as long as the bloodthirsty sword saint wasn't dead. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. Ling Xiao naturally did not care about what they were thinking. Instead, he headed straight for the Flame Saint's territory. If Falling Moon was not in the territory of the Golden Rat Sage, then it was very likely that she was in the territory of the Raging Flame Sage. When he arrived at the Raging Flame Saint's territory, Ling Xiao was too lazy to shout. He directly threw a punch at the Raging Flame Saint's cave abode. Bam! In that instant, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire cave began to shake. Who are you? How dare you come here to die? The Raging Flame Saint flew out. His body was covered in raging flames. Have you seen Falling Moon? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha ha, that woman actually colluded with a group of traitors from the 9 Defiance and tried to rebel. I chased her to the 5th floor and she's probably a corpse by now. Die! Hearing the Raging Flame Saint's words, Ling Xiao unsheathed the Sky Demon sword. A sword light flew out, and a bloody hole appeared on the Raging Flame Saint's throat. How dare you attack Sister Falling Moon? You deserve to die! After killing the Raging Flame Saint, Ling Xiao asked the Gopher Rat King about the entrance to the 5th floor, and then headed there. Who's that guy? He's so strong. I can't believe the Raging Flame Saint couldn't even last one round against him. Who cares? The 4th floor is now without a supervisor. Hurry up and use your spirit stones to recover. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to escape. Who's there? The 5th floor was even larger than the 4th floor. Most of the prisoners were in the 3rd division of the life-seizing level, just like the 4th floor. Most of them were in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, they were all laborers here. Ling Xiao was just about to start looking for Falling Moon when someone noticed him. Tell Great Sage Blackwater to get his ass out here! Ling Xiao shouted as he charged toward the Great Sage Blackwater's Immortal's Cave. Great Sage Blackwater was one of the 2 great sages on the 5th floor, and was even stronger than the Duguxingjian. According to the rumors, he was actually the incarnation of Blackwater from the Bloodthirsty Sword Mound, and wasn't even human. What gall! Get the hell down here! Ling Xiao's actions had angered one of Great Sage Blackwater's subordinates. This person was also a sword saint. He must be the other sword saint that the Golden Rat Saint had mentioned, aside from the Bloodthirsty Sword Saint and the Black Water Saint. The moment he attacked, he unleashed a murderous sword energy. Bam! Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. Sword chi shot out in all directions, and the sword saint that flew up was once again slashed back. He slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Interesting. You're not human either, are you? You're as strong as the Duguxingjian. Ling Xiao hovered in midair, smiling coolly. You're strong too, the sword sage said. The man's expression flickered. He was a treasured sword from the bloodthirsty sword mound, and had become sworn brothers with great sage Blackwater. Together, they controlled the 5th floor of the bloodthirsty sword mound. He had assumed that, given his strength, he would be able to kill his enemies without a problem. But now, it seemed that his enemies were far stronger than he had imagined. In one move, he had been completely suppressed. Ming Jian, who is this? In the cave in the distance, a cold voice asked, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. When the voice sounded, Ling Xiao felt that the entire 5th floor was shrouded in black gas, as if it had fallen into hell. Big brother, trouble is coming! Ming Jian frowned. This person is very troublesome. Boom! As soon as Ming Jian finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out from the cave residence. Then, an overwhelming black gas came from afar. In an instant, it had arrived beside Ming Jian. The black gas turned into a human figure. It looked like a human, but more like a ghost. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor? I know you. Great Sage Blackwater looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Since your Gold Phoenix Sword Palace is already affiliated with the Heavenly Sword Hall, why are you still causing trouble in the bloodthirsty sword mound? Have you seen 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Ling Xiao did not answer Great Sage Blackwater's question. Instead, he went straight to the point. Oh, that woman! Speaking of which, she's really powerful. She gathered a few defeated soldiers and came to the 5th floor to challenge my authority. Speaking of which, just before you came here, I had just caught all of them in one fell swoop. She's now locked up in the blood prison. Why? Are you here for her? Chapter 3199. Let her go, and you will still be the king here. Ling Xiao looked at the Blackwater Great Sage and said coldly. The other party wasn't weak and had already surpassed Duga Xingjian in the past. However, he had improved even more and was fearless. Ha 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 ha, what a joke! I, the Blackwater Great Sage, have been the king here for 3,000 years. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. However, since you can defeat Ming Jian in one move, it means that you have some strength. How about it? Be my subordinate, and I can give that woman to you. The Blackwater Great Sage laughed loudly. Of course, he wasn't willing to fight head-on. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Be your subordinate? Do you have the qualifications? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You are just Duga Xingjian's lackey. You think too highly of yourself. Since you dare to be so arrogant, it seems like you are very confident in your strength. No matter how good the Blackwater Great Sage's temper was, he probably couldn't tolerate being called a lackey. Therefore, he didn't intend to let Ling Xiao be his subordinate. Anyway, he had many people. Even if he couldn't win, he could join forces with the Bright Sword Great Sage and his other subordinates. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill a mere Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. You will know after you try. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, as if everything around him was just an illusion and did not exist. There was not a trace of fear in him at all. Big brother, why don't we attack together? The Bright Sword Great Sage looked at the Blackwater Great Sage and asked. He had a deep fear of Ling Xiao. That's right. Listen to him. If you guys attack together, you might have a chance of winning. Ling Xiao mocked. Bright Sword, stand aside and watch. I alone am enough to deal with this guy. The Blackwater Great Sage wanted to save face. Moreover, the battle hadn't started yet. He couldn't admit defeat first. Once he joined forces with others, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to the other party? Yes, big brother. Bright Sword naturally knew the Blackwater Great Sage's temper and didn't say anything else. You will regret it. Clang. By the time Ling Xiao finished speaking, the Sky Demon's sword had already been drawn. The strange sword released a demonic blood-red light. Even the air became blood-red and distorted because of it. Kill! Ling Xiao raised his sword and pointed it at the Blackwater Grand Sage. blood-red light exploded in the void. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned blood-red, as if it had been completely enveloped by the celestial demon sword intent. The sword radiance flashed and attacked the black water sage. Yes! It is indeed powerful! Even though the black water sage was very angry, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's sword was very powerful. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand, and a large sword appeared in his hands. Above the broad blade, there was black smoke. Kill! Black water sage waved his sword and slashed at the blood-red sword light. Boom! The blood-red sword light was knocked away and fell into the crowd. More than a dozen of the black water sage's subordinates were killed. This attack is really powerful. The black water sage did not dare to be passive anymore. He wanted to take the initiative to attack so that he could gain the upper hand. Therefore, after knocking away the blood-red sword light, the black water sage roared and the black smoke on his sword became even more ferocious. Black water torrent! The broadsword turned into black water in the void and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Every single one of these huge waves contained extremely terrifying sword will, and they were about to completely tear Ling Xiao apart. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the space. The laws in the bloodthirsty sword tomb seemed to be collapsing. Interesting. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent's sword and put away the sky demon's sword. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Bursts of earthy yellow light appeared on his body. The faint shadow of the black tortoise appeared above his head. You are courting death. How dare you take my attack head-on? The black water sage sneered. The golden phoenix sword emperor was too arrogant. How dare he ignore his black water torrent? This was infuriating. Rumble! The terrifying attack finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, the golden light surged and forced the black smoke to retreat. Under the terrifying attack, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. He did not even take a step back. This attack of yours is a bit too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. He took the attack head-on because he wanted to stimulate the potential in his body and improve his cultivation. But who would have thought that this attack would only increase his cultivation by 1%? That's just too lousy. Bullshit! Black water 9 waves! The black water sage's anger was completely aroused. Since the black water torrent could not kill Ling Xiao, then he would use 9 waves. The giant sword slashed down continuously in the void, and then the 9 giant waves, each higher than the last, slammed towards Ling Xiao. Bang, bang, bang! Ling Xiao remained motionless after 9 consecutive attacks. His body was still wrapped in a golden light. The poor black water sage's attack could not even break the golden light. Impossible! The black water sage's face turned ghastly pale. The black water 9 waves was his most powerful attack. However, it could not even hurt his opponent. How could this be? Just how powerful was this golden phoenix sword emperor? This attack is not bad, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This black water 9 heavy waves had increased his cultivation C's energy by 10%. Although it was still too little, it was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Do you have any more powerful attacks? Use all of them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao smiled. Damned bastard, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Black water tsunami! Finally, the black water sage was driven mad by Ling Xiao and used his most powerful attack. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use it on the 5th floor. After all, it was so destructive that it would hurt his own subordinates. But right now, he couldn't care less about that. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care. However many of his subordinates died, he could always replace them later. He was confident that this attack would kill Ling Xiao. After all, it was a move that had killed countless 3rd Division Life Seizers. Even the former Crown Prince, the Dugu Xingjian, had been defeated by it. He refused to believe that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor could be stronger than the Crown Prince. Ruyu Umble! A terrifying move was finally unleashed in front of him. Even with the protection of Great Sage Brightsword, Great Sage Blackwater still lost nearly 1,000 of his subordinates. After all, they were all life-seizers. Ling Xiao was also swallowed up by the terrifying tsunami. You won't even have a corpse left, will you? Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? You're just a Sword Emperor. You might be strong, but you're not a match for a sword sage like me. Great Sage Blackwater breathed a sigh of relief. He knew full well how terrifying his black water tsunami was. No matter how strong Yang Qi was, there was no way he could take it without being hurt. Chapter 3200. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! That was a really strong move! Even as Great Sage Blackwater was basking in his self-satisfaction, a burst of laughter rang out. Great Sage Blackwater's attack had been incredibly powerful. But Ling Xiao had the royal-class Xuanwu God body, and could ignore it. Even if he had been injured, he would have healed in the blink of an eye. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, anyone under the 3rd division of life-seizing shouldn't have been able to kill him. The fact that Great Sage Blackwater's attack had injured him and boosted his cultivation base by 10% was already incredible. What? You're not dead? Great Sage Blackwater looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Chuckling, Ling Xiao waved his hand, sending out a burst of energy that pushed back the Blackwater. Then, he stood there as if nothing had happened. How could Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix be so terrifying? I can't believe he survived Big Brother's most powerful attack. No, he didn't die. He wasn't even injured. Great Sage Brightsword frowned. Great Sage Blackwater's attack had killed over 1,000 of his men, but hadn't done anything to Ling Xiao at all. That left him both shocked and terrified. Of course, the laborers hiding in the shadows were equally shocked. They had been imprisoned here for many years, and had never seen anyone who could force Great Sage Blackwater to use his most powerful attack and come out unscathed. All right, Great Sage Blackwater said. Now tell me where Falling Moon is. I don't want to kill anyone, so don't push me, Ling Xiao said coldly. The reason why he fought with the Black Water Sage was that he thought this guy had some strength. He hoped to use this guy's strength to stimulate the potential in his body and continue to improve his cultivation. As a 2nd Division life-sizer, he had no problem dealing with Duge Xingjian, who had just broken through to the 4th Division. But dealing with Duge Xingjian would be difficult. Because of that, improving his cultivation base was of paramount importance. Bright Sword, Great Sage Blackwater said. Join me and kill this bastard! Great Sage Blackwater wasn't backing down. In fact, he was growing more and more violent. Big Brother, we're not a match for him. Let's just give up. Where there's life, there's hope. Great Sage Brightsword frowned. You scared? Coward! Black Water Sage cursed. Supreme Saint Brightsword frowned and sighed. Fine. Since you insist on fighting, I'll help you. It seems that you all are stubborn. Since that's the case, take my sword. Ling Xiao took out the Sky Demon sword again. This time, it was not just a casual swing of the sword. He was going to use the Sword of Damnation. Blood-red light continued to condense on the blade of the sword. A blood-red divine dragon was circling around the blade of the sword. Kill the cursed dragon! As the sword pierced out, Supreme Sage Blackwater and Supreme Sage Brightsword's expressions changed drastically. In their line of sight, space no longer seemed to exist. There was only blood in his eyes. That feeling was like a weak lamb facing a ferocious tiger pouncing on it. It was completely powerless. Boom! The blood-red sword chi completely suppressed the auras of Supreme Saint Blackwater and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword. The two of them didn't even have time to react before they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Then, he felt a piercing pain coming from his throat. Bright red blood kept dripping onto the ground. Ling Xiao's control of his strength was perfect. This strike killed Supreme Saint Blackwater and Supreme Saint Brightsword, but it wouldn't hurt the innocent. This was the difference between him and the Black Water Sage. There was a world of difference between the two in terms of the control of real essence. One strike, and Supreme Saint Blackwater and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword were dead. How can this be? At this moment, the subordinates of Supreme Saint Blackwater and Supreme Saint Radiant Sword no longer had any fighting spirit. They all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. "Tell me where Falling Moon is, or I'll kill you all." Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out in the void, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. "In the blood prison, over there." One of them pointed in a direction, trembling. There was a faint, dense blood-type chi coming from there. "It better be there, or I'll massacre the bloodthirsty sword tomb today." Ling Xiao snorted and turned to leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, at the exit of the 5th floor, inside a magnificent building, a person whose eyes had been half closed all this time suddenly opened his eyes. "What's going on?" Several people knelt in front of him. Some were subordinates of Golden Rat Saint, while others were subordinates of Inferno Saint. "Lord Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, a Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor came to the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb and killed our Golden Rat Saint. And Lord Inferno Saint." The people below saw that the person in blood-colored armor had woken up and hurriedly reported. "That's right, this person was Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, the strongest person guarding the exit of the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb." "What? Golden Rat Saint and Inferno Saint were killed? Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor isn't that strong." Bloodthirsty Sword Saint frowned. He knew that Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor had been put in the Bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. Dugubajian had told him. At first, he had the same thought as Dugubajian. Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything and would soon die here. But now, he didn't dare to think that way. "Your Majesty, we might have accidentally let a monster in." He frowned and looked into the distance. Several figures had arrived. They're subordinates of Blackwater Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Those two aren't much weaker than me. No matter how strong Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is, he can't be their match. The thing that Bloodthirsty Sword Saint didn't want to believe the most had become reality. When those people arrived, they cried out, "Lord Bloodthirsty Sword Saint, you have to help us. Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor killed Blackwater Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint with one strike. He's too terrifying. One strike." Bloodthirsty Sword Saint's expression changed. Even he couldn't kill Blackwater Supreme Saint and Luminous Sword Supreme Saint with one strike. Even if he wanted to defeat them, he would need at least 300 to 400 strikes. Since when did Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor become so terrifying? He looked at the giant blood pool in the center of the building. Inside the blood pool, there were many treasured swords. There were at least 10,000 of them. Every single one of them was a bright blood red. "Looks like I have to use the bloodthirsty demonic sword this time." Ling Xiao finally saw Yen Yu. Beside her, there were a few corpses that had just died. Those were the 9 Defiance people. They were tricked into joining the 9 Defiance. After discovering the truth, they were locked in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Ling Xiao could tell that they had suffered such a tragic fate in order to protect Falling Moon. And Falling Moon had also confirmed this point to him. She had always been a strong woman, but today, she had become extremely weak and pitiful. She threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms and cried bitterly. Chapter 3201. "Don't worry, I'll avenge them." Ling Xiao patted Falling Moon on the back. "It doesn't matter if it's Dugubajian or the leader of the 9 Defiance. They're both going to die. Incredible. This Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix is crazy. I can't believe he actually saved the traitors of the 9 Defiance." Not long after Ling Xiao and Falling Moon left the Blood Penitentiary, the bloodthirsty sword sage arrived with a dozen or so people. One of them was a 3rd Division life-sizer who was slightly weaker than the bloodthirsty sword sage. 3 of them were sword sages, and although the other 2 weren't as strong as the bloodthirsty sword sage, they had to admit that the sword dynasty had a very deep foundation. The sheer number of sword sages they had was simply breathtaking. Shockingly, the rest were all peak sword emperors. Humph! The bloodthirsty sword sage snorted coldly. For thousands of years, he wasn't the only one who tried to rebel in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre. And yet not a single one succeeded. All of them were crushed. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix won't be an exception. Exalted bloodthirsty sword sage, another sword sage said. Don't underestimate him. The fact that Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix killed Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword with a single move shows how terrifying he is. That's incredible, another sword sage said. The bloodthirsty sword saint nodded and said, The bloodthirsty sword saint is right. This time, no one should underestimate the enemy. Even a lion will use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Even if he is a rabbit, we must not hold back. Yes, sir! Everyone shouted. From the look of things, Ling Xiao was putting a lot of pressure on them. After him. They won't get far. The bloodthirsty sword sage gave the order, and they continued their pursuit. Ling Xiao was just in the middle of heading toward the exit when he suddenly stopped. Looking off into the distance, a faint smile appeared on his face. What's coming is coming. That's quite a big lineup. Looks like you've really scared them. Falling Moon looked at the sky and said indifferently. By this point, she was back to normal. After all, Ling Xiao's healing pills weren't given to her for free. They were truly incredible. That's right. They actually only sent top-notch sword emperors and sword saints. I don't even see a single sword sovereign. Off to the side, Sword 18th, who was already in the 3rd division of life seizing, said with a smile. The Sword Emperor is just sending himself to his death. They aren't stupid, Ling Xiao said indifferently. But are Sword Emperors and Sword Saints useful? A mocking look appeared on his face. Now, only warriors above the Sword God level could pose a threat to him. Even if the others came, they wouldn't be enough. More than 10 figures suddenly approached and floated in midair. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor! Falling Moon! 18th Blade! You guys are really together! The Frozen Blood Sword Saint shouted. Gold Phoenix Sword Monarch, these two are felons. Are you trying to rebel by saving them? So what if I do? Nobles, generals, and ministers all have the guts. Dugu Beijian can sit in this world, so why can't I? Ling Xiao said domineeringly. In response, the bloodthirsty Sword Saint's expression darkened. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, you're getting worse and worse. I can't believe you're thinking of sitting on the golden throne. You're the one who lives like a dog. Yang Qi said. You don't see the light of day at all. You're just a guard here, and you think you're so proud of yourself? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. How impudent! You've gone too far. The bloodthirsty Sword Saint shouted. The three of you better surrender now. If you don't, you'll be punished 10 times more harshly than before. Ling Xiao laughed. Bring it on if you think you can. Let's see how much stronger you are compared to Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword. You might be strong, but you're stupid. You shouldn't have challenged my authority, and shouldn't have spoken such disgraceful words. Attack! The bloodthirsty Sword Saint waved his hand, and without further ado, ordered his subordinates to attack. I'll leave the Sword Emperor to you, he said. I'll handle the Sword Saints. With that, Ling Xiao charged forward. Falling Moon and Sword 18th also attacked. Not only did the three of them not retreat, they even took the initiative to attack. The bloodthirsty Sword Saint had a blood-like glacier martial spirit. Not only was the blood-colored iceberg cold, but it was also bloodthirsty. As he stabbed out with his sword, Ling Xiao immediately felt his blood churn, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. The ground instantly froze. Another Sword Saint charged at Ling Xiao with the bloodthirsty Sword Saint. His martial spirit should be a special martial spirit. After releasing it, his body instantly grew in size. Like a 10-meter-tall giant, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Before the fist landed, the force had already caused the ground to cave in. It was simply terrifying. Boring. Ling Xiao pulled out the Sky Demon Sword and used the Curse Dragon to stab at the bloodthirsty Sword Saint. They were all blood-red energy, but the Curse Dragon was able to move through the cold glacier with ease. This sword directly forced the bloodthirsty Sword Saint back, cutting off one of his arms. Next, Ling Xiao used the Phoenix Soars through the 9 heavens to dodge the attack. Then, he kicked the sword saint in the head. It was a kick that contained the god power of the black tortoise god body, as well as the cursed power of the cursed sword. The sword saint was sent tumbling to the ground, his face covered with blood. Off to the side, Falling Moon and Sword 18th were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Both of them had been tortured in this place, and now they wanted to vent their frustrations. How could this guy be so strong? It seems he wasn't bragging when he killed Great Sage Blackwater and Great Sage Brightsword with a single sword strike. The bloodthirsty sword saint managed to stabilize himself, but one of his arms was gone forever. Blood continued to pour out of his shoulder. He had never been in such a miserable state before. No 3rd Division life-sizer could possibly injure him like this. And yet, this so-called Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was only in the 2nd Division of life-seizing, and yet he had been injured so easily. Most importantly, it was 2 against 1. My head hurts. It hurts so much. The sword saint crawled to his feet, clutching his head as though his bones had been shattered. He looked up in terror at Ling Xiao, who was hovering in midair. Ling Xiao didn't pursue him. If he did, he and the bloodthirsty sword saint wouldn't be able to survive. Both of you, back off, the bloodthirsty sword saint said. Originally, he had wanted to wait for the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint to fight, so that he could get a better look at this Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint weren't even a match for him. In that case, he had no choice but to do it himself. Now, he was starting to regret his decision. He should have joined forces with the bloodthirsty sword saint and the giant sword saint to attack Ling Xiao. If he had, he might have had a chance. He held a blood-red sword in his hand. Then, with a furious roar, the long sword pierced through the air towards Ling Xiao. The sword was like an upside-down river of blood as it shot toward Ling Xiao. Like a blood-red god of death, it revealed its ferocious appearance. A treasured imperial item, Ling Xiao thought. As soon as he saw the sword, he realized how extraordinary it was. Chapter 3202. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal could be heard. Ling Xiao could sense a terrifying force slamming into him. Shockingly, he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Furthermore, he felt as if his blood and energy had been drained away by the sword energy of the treasured sword. Bloodthirsty demon sword, heaven devour! Since the bloodthirsty sword sage had taken the initiative, there was no way he would show any mercy. Brandishing the bloodthirsty demon sword, he charged toward Ling Xiao. It was as if an enormous, blood-red beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow Ling Xiao whole. Rumble! Ling Xiao was shoved back dozens of paces. His blood and energy were drained away. So, the bloodthirsty demon sword really is powerful. That Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix won't last much longer, Sword Sage Frostblood said excitedly. That's only natural. The bloodthirsty demon sword was nurtured in the bloodthirsty sword necropolis, and can only be used by people approved by the sword god. Furthermore, Sword Sage Bloodthirsty is one of the top sword sages. Even if Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix were stronger, he wouldn't be a match for him, Sword Sage Giant said excitedly. So, that's the bloodthirsty demon sword? No wonder I sensed the aura of the Duga dominating sword on it. Ling Xiao frowned. The combination of a precious weapon and the power of a top sword sage was not going to be easy to deal with. He's not dead yet? Normally speaking, even a 4th Division life-sizer would have been seriously injured by the bloodthirsty sword sage's 2 sword strikes. But Ling Xiao could tell that all he had done was lose some of his blood and energy. In fact, he didn't seem hurt at all. Keep going! The bloodthirsty sword sage wasn't going to give Ling Xiao any chance to fight back. He was going to keep attacking until Ling Xiao was dead. Devouring blood and energy, huh? Interesting. I'll give you a taste of something interesting. Bloodthirsty plague. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao unleashed his divine ability. Of course, he wanted to keep his identity a secret. But his poor little life was more important than anything else. If he didn't reveal something now, he really would be killed by the sword. With the release of the bloodthirsty plague, the blood essence that Ling Xiao had lost was directly absorbed by the bloodthirsty sword saint through the bloodthirsty germs. What? The bloodthirsty sword saint turned pale with fright. He hurriedly circulated his jinyuan to suppress the bloodthirsty rat plague, but he missed the opportunity to continue chasing after Ling Xiao. How do you know such an evil martial art? Bloodthirsty sword saint questioned. He, only you are allowed to have the bloodthirsty demon sword, but I am not allowed to have any special abilities. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Looks like it's time to end it. After being attacked twice by the bloodthirsty demon sword, although he had lost a lot of vitality, Ling Xiao's potential had been stimulated, and the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by more than 20%. This was enough to show how terrifying this bloodthirsty demon sword was. This attack was much stronger than the Black Water Grand Sage's. It's time to end this. Take my strongest attack. Bloodthirsty demon sword. Demon swallows the heavens and earth. The bloodthirsty sword saint knew that ordinary moves were no longer a threat to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he channeled 99% of his jinyuan into the bloodthirsty demon sword. Then he stabbed out with the sword. In that instant, the world turned completely blood-red, as if a huge blood-colored demonic beast had swallowed it whole. Revered Ice Sword, Cursed Dragon. Ling Xiao put away the Sky Demon's sword, and at the same time, took out the Revered Ice Sword, which was also a rare quality Emperor weapon. Then, a cursed dragon tore through the sky. The cursed dragon released by the Revered Ice Sword was different from ordinary ones. It was actually a blood-red ice dragon. Everywhere it passed, the world froze. The sword chi of the bloodthirsty demon's sword was frozen. Rumble! The terrifying cursed dragon pierced through the restraints of the demon, swallowing heaven and earth, and then crashed into the bloodthirsty sword saint. The sword pierced through the bloodthirsty sword saint's body, and a huge wound appeared on his body. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Dead? However, the bloodthirsty demon's sword turned into a red light and disappeared from everyone's sight. It really is a sword controlled by the Dugabatian. I really want to get it. Ling Xiao had the Revered Ice Sword, but it was not enough. He was skilled in two-handed sword techniques. It would be even better if he had two rare quality Emperor weapons. The bloodthirsty sword saint is dead. All of a sudden, someone shouted. The laborers who had been oppressed all of a sudden went crazy. They directly converted the bloodthirsty spirit stones into jinyuan. They recovered their strength and gathered around. They chopped the bloodthirsty sword saint's body into meat paste. They also killed the bloodthirsty sword saint, the giant sword saint, and the other sword emperors guarding the bloodthirsty sword mound. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by this scene. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. In the outside world, they were giants and heroes of the world, but they were imprisoned here and forced to work like livestock. They had no freedom at all, and no dignity at all. The anger that had been accumulating for a long time naturally exploded at this moment. Many thanks to the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor for saving our lives. We will always remember your kindness. They clasped their hands to Ling Xiao, then left. Ling Xiao knew that the bloodthirsty sword mound was in chaos. Of course, this chaos was a good thing for him. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunity he had to escape. Gopher King, where's the exit? Over there! The Gopher King pointed in a direction. Ling Xiao, Falling Moon, and Sword 18 rushed over. What a huge sword mound! There must be at least 10,000 swords here. Before long, they arrived at the building where the bloodthirsty sword saint had been. There was a huge sword mound inside. This is the exit, the Gopher King said. But it's a bit troublesome. From the fresh blood, a terrifying demonic blood fish was born. They aren't big, much smaller than a mouse, but they're extremely vicious. A second-level life-sizer would be reduced to a pile of bones in just a few seconds. The Gopher King warned. Then what do we do? Ling Xiao asked. Since you said there's a way out, you must know the way, right? It's like this. The bloodthirsty fish have a regular schedule of activity. After each activity, there'll be an hour of rest. If we want to escape, we can only rely on this 1 hour. The Gopher King continued. Based on my many years of experience, the bloodthirsty fish have about 10 minutes before their next rest. Get ready. Ling Xiao, can we trust his words? Falling Moon frowned. Probably because she had been deceived by the leader of the 9 Defiants, Falling Moon was now in a state of distrust. He doesn't want to die, so of course we can trust him, Ling Xiao said. Besides, we don't have any other choice. That's true. Falling Moon sighed and began to wait anxiously. 10 minutes passed very quickly, and Ling Xiao plunged into the sword catacomb. Just as the Gopher King said, the bloodthirsty fish were resting. Although there were many of them, they floated there motionlessly as if they were dead. Chapter 3203. It's really big down here. Ling Xiao swam down as he observed his surroundings. The blood of the demonic beast seemed to have formed a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gopher King, are you sure this blood pool is used to nurture the bloodthirsty demon's sword? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Although there was no evidence, Ling Xiao had always trusted his intuition. Perhaps things were more complicated than he had imagined. The bloodthirsty demon's sword was most likely prepared for the blood pool to absorb the inner energy and blood of the martial artists who were imprisoned here. Actually, I'm not too sure either, but there's an extremely terrifying existence down here. The Gopher King replied. It's also the strongest monster imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that before he was imprisoned, his cultivation had already reached the terrifying 5th level of the life-seizing realm. He's an existence that surpasses the Sword God. How did such a strong person get imprisoned here? Ling Xiao was puzzled. I've heard them talk about it before. It seems like they took advantage of that guy's drunken state and threw him in. The Sword God seems to want to use his body to refine a blood devil. The Gopher King continued. Blood devil! Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly devils, earth devils, and blood devils were all strange existences that came from outside the mystic world. But this person actually wanted to refine a blood devil? Was that possible? He didn't know, but at this moment, he could already feel a terrifying aura coming from below. Do we really have to go down? Falling Moon asked. Since we know that the Sword God wants to refine a blood devil here, all the more we have to go down. We definitely can't let him succeed, or we'll be finished. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Anything that was beneficial to the Sword Dynasty was detrimental to him. He naturally couldn't let it exist. Therefore, not only did he not stop, but he also increased his speed. Finally, they reached the bottom of the blood pool and saw a huge cocoon-like thing. The cocoon was blood-red. But it was covered with bloodthirsty demon fish. There are about 400 to 500 of them. Not too many. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to check the number of blood fiend fish before asking Gopher King. Will the rest of the blood fiend fish be alarmed during the battle? That won't happen. When the demonic blood fish is resting, it needs to replenish its demonic blood energy. It won't wake up even if it's killed. That's why they can fight. Gopher King replied. All right, let's go and see what the hell is inside the blood cocoon. Ling Xiao sped up and rushed towards the blood cocoon. Falling Moon and 18th Blade followed closely behind. Just as they approached the blood cocoon, the demonic blood fish that were lying on top of the blood cocoon suddenly swam up. However, they didn't rush over. They just surrounded the blood cocoon as if they were protecting it. F***CK, Gopher King, didn't you say that those fellows wouldn't wake up? Ling Xiao cursed. Those demonic blood fish are different from other demonic blood fish. Their energy comes from the blood cocoon, so they won't rest. Gopher King said. Forget it. Anyway, there are only 400 to 500 of them. Compared to the tens of thousands of demonic blood fish, the situation is much better. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The reason why the demonic blood fish were terrifying was because of their large numbers. Even if you killed a group of them, you would be bitten to death in an instant. However, if there were only 400 to 500 of them, Ling Xiao was sure that the 3 of them could easily kill them all. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reverted to his original appearance. He didn't know what was inside the blood cocoon. Reverting to his original appearance would make it easier for him to defend and fight. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation! In this liquid, the Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was naturally more suitable. After transforming, he pounced on those demonic blood fish. In an instant, hundreds of demonic blood fish pounced on him at the same time. These fellas didn't have any special attack moves. They were simply biting. It was just that they were extremely fast and impossible to defend against. However, how could their speed be compared to Ling Xiao? Moreover, it was Ling Xiao who had transformed into the Canopy Beast. Evade Sword Light Steps! In an instant, Ling Xiao passed through those hundreds of demonic blood fish. Not a single one of the demonic blood fish touched his clothes. However, he had already launched an attack. The Sky Demon's sword in his hand continuously stabbed out hundreds of times. In an instant, a layer of demonic blood fish corpses floated up from the bloody water. When did you get your hands on the Duga family's Evade Sword Light Steps? Yan Yu was dumbstruck with shock. Back then, she had indeed mentioned the Imperial family's Evade Sword Light Steps to Ling Xiao. However, it was merely a passing remark. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for such a short time, Ling Xiao actually learned it. Moreover, he could use it with ease. Not only did I learn the Evade Sword Light Steps, but I also have this. Seeing another school of demonic blood fish pouncing over, Ling Xiao's Sky Demon's sword trembled and stabbed out. Monarch Overlord Sword, first move, sword cleaving Black Tortoise State. The explosive sword she continuously exploded in the bloody water. Another 100 demonic blood fish were killed until their bellies were open. Monarch Overlord Sword. Evade Sword Light Steps. You're angering the Duga family's people to death. Yan Yu was both surprised and excited. The shock that Ling Xiao brought to her was seriously too great. On the side, Sword 18 also smiled bitterly. The Sword Dynasty's strongest offensive martial technique and movement technique are only mid-general level. Not only did this little guy learn the Evade Sword Light Steps and Monarch Overlord Sword, but he also learned the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Phoenix Swords 9 Heavens and Sword of Curse. Coupled with the Golden Phoenix Incarnation and Black Tortoise Divine Physique, this talent, if Duga Overlord Sword knew, he would go mad with jealousy. In front of this little guy, Duga Overlord Sword is nothing. Fine, the two of us don't have to make a move. Yan Yu glanced at Sword 18, and could not help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. Because when they were about to make a move, Ling Xiao had already killed those demonic blood fish until only a dozen or so were left. The last sword strike annihilated them all. They wanted to make a move, but there was already no chance. After killing all the demonic blood fish guarding the blood cocoon, Ling Xiao swam to the side of the blood cocoon, but had Sword 18 and Yan Yu stay away. He did not know what strange thing was inside this blood cocoon. If something unexpected happened, he could use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to escape. But Sword 18 and Yan Yu might not be able to escape. So he had to be cautious. On the blood cocoon, there were incantations. Clearly, someone used a formation to create it. This blood cocoon should be a kind of seal. There must be something inside. Ling Xiao made a judgment, and immediately began to crack the formation. This was child's play to him. The formation on the blood cocoon was not complicated. In less than a minute, he had already understood and cracked it. As the incantations gradually lost their luster, the blood cocoon actually slowly opened. There was a person inside. A person whose entire body was blood red, and whose skin had almost completely transformed into a demon. But this person seemed to be still unconscious and unable to move because he had been sealed for a long time. It's actually him! All of a sudden, Sword 18 became excited. Master, you know this person? Chapter 3204. Of course I know him. How can I not know him? He is the former Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court. He is the husband of Demon Beauty Lan. He is also my brother. Sword 18 sighed with emotion. I always thought that he was dead. I didn't expect him to be trapped here. If he was still here, Demon Dragon Sword Court wouldn't have declined to this point. How could Demon Beauty Lan steal the position of Demon Venerable? I remember that before Demon Beauty Lan, the Demon Venerable of Demon Dragon Sword Court should be Jian Fulong, right? Ling Xiao has been in Sword Dynasty for a long time and made many friends. He also learned a lot about Sword Dynasty. Rumor has it that when Jian Fulong was still alive, Demon Dragon Sword Court was on par with Sword God Hall. Even Sword God Dugubejian was not Jian Fulong's opponent. If not for fear of the monster behind Dugubejian, Jian Fulong would have led Demon Dragon Sword Court to destroy Sword God Hall and Sword Dynasty would be his. Unfortunately, Big Brother trusted Dugubejian too much. Dugubejian said that he would rule Sword Dynasty with him and divide the world equally. He invited him to Sword God City to participate in a banquet. But he never came back. He was actually killed. Sword 18 smiled bitterly. He is not dead yet. Ling Xiao checked Jian Fulong's body and found that although Jian Fulong is very weak, he is not dead and has not completely transformed into a blood devil. It's just that his body has turned crimson and looks different from ordinary people. He is much stronger. Not dead? Can he be saved? Sword 18 asked. He can be saved, but Master, I can't guarantee that he won't attack us. Ling Xiao hesitated. Don't worry, as long as he hasn't completely turned into a blood devil, he won't attack me. If I don't die, you will definitely not die. Sword 18 said. I know my big brother's character very well. He is a very straightforward person. It is because he is too straightforward that he was tricked by Demon Beauty Lan and deceived by that bastard Dugubejian. Master, I seem to have killed many of Demon Beauty Lan's children. Your big brother won't take revenge on me, right? Those are not my big brother's children. Not long after my big brother went missing, Devil Orchid found a new lover. Furthermore, she likes both men and women. That's why she has so many children. Perhaps even Lan Mimi herself did not know who the father of those children was. However, I am certain that there is absolutely no descendant of my elder brother. Because my big brother disappeared before he could consummate his marriage with Beauty Lan. Sword 18 explained. Alright, I'll try. Although Sword 18 spoke with certainty, Ling Xiao was still careful. He fed Jian Fulong a recovery pill, but only enough to make Jian Fulong move. This way, even if Jian Fulong woke up, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them, let alone injure them. His healing pill was extremely effective. However, Jian Fulong had truly been trapped here for too long. He had been fed a total of 10 recovery pills. Only then did Jian Fulong gradually wake up and open his eyes. His eyes were normal. His black pupils indicated that only his physical body had been demonized, but his soul still belonged to him. This guy was really powerful. Under such circumstances, he could still maintain his original heart. How strong was his willpower? If it were Ling Xiao, he really didn't know if he could persevere. Just based on this point alone, Ling Xiao really had to give Jian Fulong a thumbs up. Ah! Suddenly, Jian Fulong roared. He waved his palm and slapped toward Ling Xiao who was nearby. Big brother! Sword 18's voice caused the berserk sword-subduing dragon to calm down. The faint red color on his eyes quickly disappeared. He turned to look at Sword 18. Tears actually gushed out from his eyes. Although it was hard to see clearly in the blood, Ling Xiao knew that Jian Fulong had too many grievances in his heart. He had been trapped here for more than 10 years. Day after day, he had to resist the blood demon curse. Every day was spent in despair. Today, he suddenly saw the light of day again. Moreover, he saw his younger brother, Sword 18. How could he not be excited? 18! Your little 18! Jian Fulong looked at Sword 18 for a long time and finally shouted. Yes, I'm 18, but I've already grown up. Big brother, it's been 200 years. How did you survive all these years? Sword 18 was incomparably emotional. It's been 200 years. A touch of loneliness appeared on Jian Fulung's face, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by joy. It's okay. 200 years of pain is nothing. I've been waiting for the day I see the light of day again. I just didn't expect that the one who came to save me would be you, little 18. Where's beautiful Devil Lan? Jian Fulong asked. Don't mention that woman. Since you went missing, that woman has stolen the position of the Demon Lord and made the Demon Dragon Sword Court into a mess. Moreover, she even surrendered to the Sword God Palace and became their lackey. She gave birth to a litter of children, but none of them are your children. Sword 18 was angry when he mentioned beautiful Devil Lan. I should have known. Beautiful Devil Lan was introduced to me by Dugabajian. To think that I've been smart all my life, but now I'm stupid. I actually fell into Dugabajian's trap. How did you get in here, 18? Although Jian Fulong's aura wasn't fully recovered, he could speak normally. AI. It's really embarrassing, big brother. Dugabajian captured me and locked me up here. That son of a bitch actually wants to marry your niece, Jian Luiying, off to that bastard of a brother of his, King Carefree. Sword 18 said with a sigh. So that's how it is, Jian Fulong said. So you're saying we can't get out? And here I was hoping to get revenge. But what's the level of Dugabajian's cultivation base now? People say he's in the 4th division of life seizing, but it's hard to say for sure. After all, he's very crafty, and I doubt he'll reveal his true strength. You're right. That bastard is very crafty. Not only did he want to turn me into a blood devil, but he also gathered all of the Sword Dynasty's puppeteers in Sword God's city. I have no idea what he's up to, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Gritting his teeth, Jian Fulong said, Whatever. Let's not talk about that. Who are these two? Falling Moon. AI. She's also a pitiful person who was conned by Dugabajian. That's Ling Xiao, my apprentice. It's all thanks to him that we were able to get out of here alive. He broke into Sword God's city all by himself, then went into the bloodthirsty Sword Mound and killed Sage Gold Rat, Sage Inferno, Sage Blackwater, Great Sage Brightsword, and even Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. When it came to Ling Xiao, Sword 18 couldn't be any more proud. To have an apprentice like this was something that he couldn't be more satisfied with. Your apprentice? Jian Fulong said. Looking closely at Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but praise him. You have sharp eyes, boy. Chapter 3205. Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. TSK, those sword saints, some of them have lived for thousands of years. Some of them have lived for hundreds of years. To think that they were killed by a child. Ha ha ha, good. Ling Xiao offers greetings, sect uncle. Ling Xiao clasped hands and bowed to Jian Fulong, then pulled out a handful of healing pills. Sect uncle, take these. They'll help you recover, although they won't necessarily bring you back to your peak level. But they'll definitely help you recover about 70 or 80%. Now that he was certain that Jian Fulong wouldn't hurt them, he felt safe enough to let him recover. The stronger Jian Fulong got, the more confident he would be in fighting back against the Sword Dynasty. Those were the healing pills I just ate, right? They're very rare, and you're telling me to eat them like they're beans? Isn't that a waste? Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Big bro, this apprentice of mine is an apothecary. Sword 17 said. His pill concocting skills are top-notch. Just eat them. The stronger you recover, the better for us. Sword 18 smiled. All right, I won't hold back. Without another word, Jian Fulong popped the healing pills into his mouth and began to circulate his energy. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, It's too bad I'm only at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. That said, because I have the body of a blood devil, I wouldn't be afraid of even a 5th division life sizer. You won't be able to get back to your original cultivation base, big bro? Sword 18 asked, frowning. That'll take some time, Jian Fulong replied. But it'll definitely be faster than starting from scratch. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's leave this place quickly. It will be an hour in a few minutes. It would be bad if those demonic blood fish woke up, Ling Xiao said. Yeah, let's get moving, Sword 18th agreed. Although Jian Fulong was a bit confused, he had been trapped in the blood cocoon for years, and knew exactly how terrifying the blood devil fish were. Therefore, he didn't ask any questions. They continued down into the depths of the pool. After diving for another 10 meters or so, he actually came out of the blood water directly. He arrived at a very narrow tunnel underground. This tunnel was created by our Gopher clan. Back then, in order to escape from here, we put in a lot of effort, the Gopher King said excitedly. Where does this thing lead to? Ling Xiao asked. It should lead to the outside of the city. I'm not sure about the specifics. I was still young and weak back then, so I didn't participate in the entire process, Gopher King replied. No matter where it leads to, as long as we can get out, I can guarantee your safety, Jian Fulong said domineeringly. After all, the peak of the 4th division of life seizing was on the same level as the Dugubatian. In the entire Sword Master City, there was absolutely no one else who could be his match. Of course, he had the ability to protect Ling Xiao and the others. Martial Uncle, do you have a way to destroy the blood pool? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course, why? Jian Fulong asked, perplexed. In this bloodthirsty sword tomb, there are many people who don't like the Sword Dynasty. What do you think those people will do if we destroy the blood pool and open up the passage? Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly. They'll cause havoc in Sword Master City, of course. Jian Fulong laughed heartily. You're smart, kid. This way, Sword Master City will be in chaos, and we can take advantage of the chaos. That's right. Your niece, Jian Luoying, is still in the hands of the carefree king. Let's take advantage of the chaos to save her, Ling Xiao said. All right, I'll listen to you. Jian Fulong smiled and said, Let me borrow your sword. Ling Xiao took out the demon dragon sword and handed it to Jian Fulong. Oh? The demon dragon sword? This is the sword I used before, but its quality seems to have improved. Jian Fulong touched the demon dragon sword, clearly a little sad. This demon dragon sword was obtained by this junior in a remote country, Ling Xiao said. I passed this sword to my disciple back then, hoping that he would be able to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that he would die? Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. Jian Fulong began to circulate his qi and then stabbed the sword at the blood pool not far away. Demon Sovereign Sword Art, lawless. Following Jian Fulong's roar, a terrifying sword light was released from the tip of the sword. At that moment, the sword light illuminated the surroundings. The entire bloodthirsty sword mound trembled because of it. When the sword light came into contact with the blood pool, it instantly destroyed it. The demonic blood fishes that had just woken up and were about to move were all killed. When the sword light penetrated the ground and shot out from the building, many experts in the bloodthirsty sword mound saw it. It must be the exit. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is opening a path for us. Guys, let's go. We're free. Following the call of friends, all the prisoners in the bloodthirsty sword mound were released. These were all martial artists who were imprisoned by the Sword Dynasty. Most of them didn't commit any crimes and were only captured because they were dissatisfied with the Sword Dynasty's rule. At this moment, they had a chance to regain their freedom. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, they had to seize it. Thank you, Martial Uncle. On the other side, Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Jian Fulong. Of course, he had to thank Jian Fulong. Because he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty, the Heavenly Sword Hall was definitely a problem. The more people rebelled against the Heavenly Sword Hall, the higher the possibility of him overthrowing the Sword Dynasty. We're all on the same side. There's no need to thank me. Let's hurry up. Jian Fulong smiled and looked at the demonic dragon sword in his hand. Good boy, can I use this sword first? Of course. Ling Xiao knew that Jian Fulong didn't have a weapon now and his combat strength was naturally reduced. But with the demonic dragon sword, it was different. Even if he encountered Dugubajian, he would still have the strength to fight. All right. After we get out, I'll definitely give you something good. Jian Fulong's character was forthright and straightforward. Therefore, he liked the generous Ling Xiao. Everyone continued to move forward and chatted along the way. Jian Fulong gradually understood the current situation of the Sword Dynasty. Humph. I'm afraid that Dugubajian is going to use the same trick again. He used his brother's wedding to gather all the royals of the vassal states to Sword God City. I'm afraid he's going to catch all of them in one fell swoop. After all, vassal states are just vassal states. They can betray him at any time. That's why he wants to rule them all. Jian Fulong snorted coldly. By the way, 18, did Lan Mimi use the demonic dragon puppet I left behind? Jian Fulong suddenly asked a question. What demonic dragon puppet? Jian Fulong asked, stunned. If you don't know, that means Lan Mimi hasn't discovered the demonic dragon puppet yet. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be afraid of Dugubajian. Dugubajian might be strong, but he's still only a 4th-level life-sizer. Of course, the world didn't know that the Imperial House only had the monarch hegemon sword. Chapter 3206. Jian Fulong continued. Only Dugubajian knows this high-level general-class martial technique, and it's only passed down to the emperors. But I do know that the martial skill is called Golden Dragon Seal. The Golden Dragon Seal, Yang Qi said. I never would have guessed that the rumors really couldn't be taken seriously. Everyone says that the Sword Dynasty doesn't have any mid-general class or higher martial techniques. At most, they only have high-level general class defensive techniques. Now it seems that Dugubajian is hiding some secrets. Ling Xiao sighed. If Dugubajian didn't have the Golden Dragon Seal, he might have been able to put up a fight. But now that Dugubajian had the Golden Dragon Seal, it would be very difficult for him to defeat him with his current cultivation base. Dugubajian isn't satisfied with the Golden Dragon Seal, Jian Fulong said. He knows that the Devil Dragon Sword Court has Devil Dragon puppets. In order to deal with the Devil Dragon puppets, he gathered all of the puppeteers in the Sword Dynasty. Although I don't know what he's up to, I'm sure he's researching puppets. Yang Qi nodded. Are Devil Dragon puppets very strong? Ling Xiao asked, looking at Jian Fulong. Of course. Our Devil Dragon puppets can unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 5th division life-sizer. Of course, that requires a lot of spirit stones, and requires a drop of blood from a 5th division life-sizer to activate them. However, under normal circumstances, they should be able to unleash battle prowess comparable to that of a 4th division life-sizer. What I'm worried about the most right now is that Lan Mei has stolen the Devil Dragon puppets. If that happens, we won't even be able to take back the Devil Dragon Sword Court, let alone defeat Dugubajian. Can just anyone control the Devil Dragon puppets? Ling Xiao asked, frowning. No, Jian Fulong said. But I trusted that woman too much, and gave her the method to control them. Given her intelligence, there's no way she wouldn't use it. There must be another reason why she didn't use it. Jian Fulong sighed and said, that demonic dragon puppet was made from the corpse of a real demonic dragon. Although it was only a baby dragon, it still had the terrifying defensive power and fighting prowess of the dragonfolk. Ling Xiao had seen things like puppets back in the Heavenly Dragon continent. That thing was indeed powerful. Even a powerful puppet could turn the tide of a battle. Rumor had it that the puppets on the Shinji continent were the most powerful. Even if an ordinary person was controlling a puppet, they could reach a terrifying level. This demonic dragon puppet could be considered the essence of Sword Dynasty's technology. Wait. Just as everyone was talking and walking, Jian Fulong suddenly shouted. In front of him, there was a blinding and scorching light. Ground Rat King? What is that? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know the details, but I heard from my clansmen that because the underground of the bloodthirsty sword mound is too dark and cold, someone tried to create an artificial sun here many years ago. Gopher King replied. Artificial scarlet sun? Oh my god, your passageway just so happens to be facing this artificial scarlet sundae. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. AI. Now I finally understand why so many of our clansmen died here. When their corpses were brought back, they were all charred black, as if they had been burned by something. Now it seems that this artificial scarlet sun was the culprit. Even third-stage life-seizers couldn't resist that terrifying heat. Gopher King sighed, as if he had suddenly understood something. However, all of this was of no use to them in leaving the city. Ground Rat King, can we make a hole from the side? Ling Xiao asked. No. Our clansmen have already studied it. The other places have tough metal walls that can't be broken through. Even fourth-stage life-seizers can't break through. That's why they made so many holes, and in the end they chose this one. Because this was the only way to get out of here. But the prerequisite is that we have to get rid of this artificial scarlet sundae. Gopher King shook his head. I'll go check it out first. Jian Fulong suddenly rushed over, using his true energy to protect himself as he tried to break through the artificial scarlet sundae. However, halfway through, he turned back. Burn marks could be seen on his body. No, Jian Fulong said. This artificial scarlet sun is too hot. It must have been made with the discarnate soul of a true golden crow. Who would have thought that we'd end up like this when we got to the exit? This artificial scarlet sun can't be destroyed, and there's no way to get through. We have to go back and think of another way to leave. There was nothing he could do about it. They had waited bitterly for 200 years, and now they finally had a chance to leave. But now, they realized that their chances were slim. Don't worry, big bro. Maybe Ling Xiao will have a way. Sword 18th looked over at his apprentice. Smiling, he said, What do you think, Ling Xiao? By now, he was almost blindly worshipping this apprentice of his. It was almost as if he couldn't do anything to his apprentice. I'll go take a look. Ling Xiao didn't reply, but instead walked over to the artificial scarlet sundae. Be careful. Jian Fulong warned. Don't worry, sect uncle. Ling Xiao smiled as he stepped into the artificial scarlet sundae. At the same time, he entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation mode. He immediately unleashed the god fire in his body. Unleashing the god fire consumed a lot of true energy, but for safety, Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. The god fire completely blocked the temperature of the artificial scarlet sundae. Ling Xiao walked inside as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Little Gold, your luck is here. I didn't expect to see the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs Golden Crow here. Looks like it won't be long before you have a complete Golden Crow body. That's a real Golden Crow. When Ling Xiao came over, he left the Gopher King outside. There were some secrets that he didn't want the Gopher King to know. Boss, I'll devour this artificial scarlet sundae, Little Gold said excitedly. Although he was already in the 3rd stage of the first cycle life-seizing realm, he was still very strong. But as the enemy grew stronger, he felt that it wasn't enough. In order to help Ling Xiao, he needed to continue evolving. While the two of them were talking in the artificial scarlet sun, Jian Fulong was dumbfounded. 18. Your disciple is really something. Even I can't withstand the high temperature, but he can do it so easily? Hee, don't be jealous, big brother. The proudest thing in my life is taking in such a disciple. Jian 18 laughed. How is it, Ling Xiao? Is there a way to solve it? Yen Yu asked. If there's no way, why don't you go out first? You can't be trapped here. Don't worry, Sister Yen Yu. To me, this is just a piece of cake. Ling Xiao smiled. This artificial scarlet sun was not only useful to Little Gold, but also to him. Whether it was the undying bird beast soul or the 3-headed lava hound beast soul, they could all be improved with the help of this artificial scarlet sundae. A piece of cake? Chapter 3207. Under the watchful eyes of Jian Fulong and the others, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Then, in addition to his undying bird-beast soul transformation, the image of a 3-headed lava hound appeared behind him. Shockingly, Yang Qi was cultivating under the terrifying heat of the artificial red sun. Little Gold, Jian Fulong said, I can't help you with the artificial red sun. You'll have to deal with it yourself. But don't make a big deal of it. Just keep it in your ring of holding. Although I trust you Yang and Yang Qi, we've only just met, and I don't trust you completely. You're my trump card. By the way, there are a lot of martial artists trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre coming. It wouldn't be good if they saw you. Ling Xiao warned. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Smiling, Little Gold used Ling Xiao's spirit beast ring to absorb the heat of the artificial red sun. As Ling Xiao started his cultivation, Jian Fulong and the others discovered to their astonishment that a tremendous amount of light seemed to be engulfed by a black hole, gushing toward Ling Xiao's beast ring. That's a spirit beast ring? Don't tell me that brat has some sort of terrifying demonling that can absorb the heat and light of the artificial red sun? Jian Fulong was an expert, and although his cultivation base wasn't at its peak, his eyesight wasn't bad. My apprentice really does have a demonling, Sword 17 replied. But I don't know exactly what it is. I only heard that it's a palm-sized golden bird. That's right. What level is it? Jian Fulong asked. The first time I saw it, I think it was at the level of a 1-star 17 hells. Sword 18 thought for a moment. That was about a month ago. What could a demonling at the level of a 1-star 17 hells possibly do? Even if he did grow stronger in the past month, he'd probably be a heaven-defying first division life-sizer. There's no way he could resist the heat of the artificial red sun. Jian Fulong frowned, completely unsure of what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Worried, he wondered if Ling Xiao was trying to show off. Senior, please don't worry. Ling Xiao is someone who would never do something that he is not confident in. Since he is doing this, he must have his reasons. Yen Yu smiled and said, Moreover, Senior probably doesn't know, right? Over a month ago, when I saved him, his cultivation was merely around the 17th level of hell. But now, he was a 2nd division life-sizer, and not even a 3rd division sword sage was a match for him. Tell me, if he's already so powerful, how can the demonic beasts he raises be weak? Little girl, have you fallen in love with him? Why are you so confident in him? Can he really do something about the artificial qi yang that even I can't fight against? Jian Fulong was a straightforward person. Also, he was very strong. It was one thing to hear Falling Moon praise Ling Xiao, but she actually praised a demonic beast. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to the demonic beasts reared by Ling Xiao? Therefore, he sounded a little unhappy. Of course, he was just grumbling. While they were talking, the suction force of the beast ring on Ling Xiao's hands seemed to be getting stronger. The light and heat of the artificial qi yang poured into the ring with terrifying speed. That scene caused Jian Fulong to forget how to speak. His eyes were also stunned. By this point, the other experts who had been trapped in the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre were also surprised to see what was happening. Who's that young man? Where's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix? Someone asked. That's Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix, Sword 17 replied. He's the Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. He's just in disguise. His real name is Ling Xiao, Sword 18th replied. Ling Xiao! I've been hearing that name a lot lately. The bloodthirsty sword sage has been talking about a kid named Ling Xiao who defeated the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty. He even caused the Sword Dynasty to lose millions of soldiers. I never would have guessed that it was him. That makes sense. Only a young hero like him could possibly break into the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre and save us from this disaster. He's really too young. 16 or 17 years old, I think. When I was his age, I wasn't even in the yin-yang realm. Everyone was discussing and praising Ling Xiao. Jian Fulong didn't say a word. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. He could feel that the demonic beast in that kid's beast ring could really swallow that huge artificial scarlet Sunday asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk the artificial scarlet sun was originally over 1,000 meters in diameter. However, as the beast's ring continued to absorb its energy, it was shrinking at an accelerated rate. After a few minutes, it was only 200 to 300 meters in diameter. Moreover, the shrinking speed didn't stop. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the artificial scarlet sun completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt Xiao Jin's aura expanding in the beast ring, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. At this point, he had already stopped cultivating. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10% after this round of cultivation. It had reached 30%. Not only that, the grade of the three-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the reincarnation divine state. It had become stronger in all aspects. This is too shocking. I'm very curious now. What kind of monster is in his beast ring? It's so terrifying that it can even absorb heat comparable to an immortal fire? The more Jian Fulong looked, the more shocked he was. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was only talented in cultivation. Now, it seemed that this kid had a lot of secrets. Hee, senior, I'm right. Yen Yu smiled proudly. Yen Yu really felt that she was very lucky to be able to make a friend like Ling Xiao. Back then, when she saved Ling Xiao, it was purely out of sympathy and morality. But now that he thought about it, that operation was really important. Otherwise, she would probably still be enduring the torture in the bloodthirsty sword tomb. She wouldn't be able to escape at all. 18. You've really taken in a good disciple. You must cherish him in the future. Jian Fulong smiled and said, Based on my experience, this young man is definitely a person with great luck. Therefore, all the good things would naturally gather around him. There's definitely no harm in following him. There might only be a lot of benefits. I haven't thought about that. It's just that I've taken him in as my disciple, so I feel incomparably close. Jian 18 smiled. That's good. It's too deliberate and pretentious. Ha ha ha, this is great. With this kid here, we'll definitely be able to leave this damned bloodthirsty sword tomb. Furthermore, Dugu Beijian would definitely cry if this artificial scarlet sun was devoured. Back then, his ancestors had spent a lot of effort to build this artificial scarlet sun and set up this inhumane bloodthirsty sword tomb. From today onwards, this bloodthirsty sword tomb and this artificial scarlet sun will completely disappear from this world. When Jian Fulong finished speaking, the artificial scarlet sun in the distance had already become a sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The surrounding temperature had also gradually returned to normal. Chapter 3208. Get ready to run. That artificial scarlet sun is the key to maintaining the bloodthirsty sword mound. If it's devoured, the entire place will collapse. Jian Fulong rose to his feet and prepared to leave. Boss, I'm going to evolve. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you for a while. Finally, the artificial scarlet sun disappeared. Little Gold said from the beast ring. What are you talking about? The stronger you are, the safer I'll be. Go ahead and evolve. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to the others and said, Let's go. The artificial scarlet sun is gone. We can leave now. Ahead of them was a smooth path. Although they were still a dozen or so meters away from the ground, they were still covered in ordinary soil. The Gopher King scurried over, and in no time, it drilled a tunnel out of the 10-meter deep soil layer. Many thanks, young hero Ling. If we meet again in the future, the Gopher King will definitely repay your kindness. Farewell. All right. Goodbye. Ling Xiao had saved the Gopher King, and the Gopher King had brought Ling Xiao to the exit. That was already repaying Ling Xiao for saving his life. Therefore, if he wanted to leave, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop him. Young hero Ling, once we get out, we'll probably have to go our separate ways. Thank you for today. If you need our help in the future, we'll definitely help. There were over 10,000 martial artists, and nearly 2,000 of them were life seizers. They were actually kneeling in a row in the tunnel, thanking Ling Xiao for saving their lives. I was just doing it in passing. Alright, let's go. This place is about to collapse. As the bloodthirsty sword mound shook more and more violently, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Alright. We'll go ahead and scout the way for young hero Ling. Everyone knew that if they left this place, they would likely encounter danger. After all, they could see the buildings of Sword God's city from here. Therefore, the exit of the bloodthirsty sword mound should still be in Sword God's city. The sudden tremors would definitely attract the attention of the city defense forces. These people wanted to help Ling Xiao stir up the waters of Sword God's city. That way, Ling Xiao could fish in troubled waters and do what he wanted to do. The group of people left in a single file at an extremely fast speed. Before long, Ling Xiao heard battle cries coming from outside. It seemed that they had been discovered. However, he was not worried. These people were so powerful that they would definitely become the biggest headache for the Heavenly Sword Hall. Seeing that most of the people had left, Ling Xiao dashed out. This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. Talent is only one aspect. More importantly, he has an indescribable domineering aura of a king. Many people are willing to gather around him, work for him, and be his friend. Jian Fulong sighed and rushed out as well, and otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb alone to rescue her. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of anyone who ran into the bloodthirsty sword mound to save someone and made it out alive. With this kind of affection, how could others not risk their lives for him? Yan Yu also smiled and immediately scurried out. Jian 18 smiled and also flew out. Thinking about it, he accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple. Wasn't it because of what Jian Fulong and Yan Yu said? Rumble. More terrifying rumbling sounds came. Not long after Jian 18 left, the bloodthirsty sword mound collapsed. Magma gushed out from the ground and swallowed the dark world. Outside, shouts shook the sky. Ling Xiao and the others took advantage of the chaos and found their way to Lord Carefree's residence in the inner city. To Ling Xiao, this was a very simple matter. However, after arriving at Lord Carefree's residence, they received a very bad news. Lord Carefree and Duga Xingjian went to the demonic dragon sword court to fetch the bride. Master, wasn't senior sister Luoying captured and brought to Sword God's city with you? Why are they still going to fetch the bride? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. I'm afraid it's fake. They're going for the demonic dragon puppet. Jian Fulong frowned. Let's go. We must return to the demonic dragon sword court immediately. That demonic dragon puppet must not fall into Duga Xingjian's hands. Otherwise, even I can't stop that guy. Yes. Since Jian Luoying wasn't in Sword God's city, there was no need to stay there. They had been delayed in the bloodthirsty sword mound for several days. Lord Carefree and Duga Xingjian should have arrived at the demonic dragon sword court. There was no time to lose. They must return as soon as possible. At the same time, in the demonic dragon sword court, the 9th floor of the 9th-floored demon tower. This was also the residence of the demon sovereign. In the past, Ling Xiao had to look up to the experts on the 9th floor. He had to use the bloody rat demon sovereign's move, which hurt the enemy but also hurt himself. But today, if Ling Xiao came to the 9th floor again, he wouldn't even put demon sovereign Lan Mei in his eyes. At this moment, the 9th floor was particularly lively. The Sword Empire had sent people over. Moreover, it was the extremely powerful Crown Prince Duga Xingjian and the equally powerful Lord Carefree. Jian Luoying was also sent back. It was said that she would be brought back to Sword God's city along with her dowry. Demon Sovereign Lan, I won't say any more nonsense. These are the betrothal gifts. 2 giant bear puppets made with the sword-backed giant bear as the foundation. Each of them has the strength of a sword saint. Moreover, they are fearless and have thick skin. Not only do they have the abilities of the sword-backed giant bear, but they can also be used to make medicine and provide enough spiritual stones. They will fight for you until they are completely destroyed. Duga Xingjian leaned on the chair and looked at Demon Sovereign Lan indifferently. There was no respect at all. To him, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was just a servant. He was the master. He didn't make Demon Sovereign Lan Mei kneel in front of everyone. He was already giving her face. After hearing Duga Xingjian's words, Demon Sovereign Lan Mei was indeed a little moved. Her cultivation was only at the Sword Emperor level. The two sword-backed giant bear puppets had reached the sword saint level. With these two sword-backed giant bear puppets, the strength of her demon dragon sword court should be able to reach a higher level. This betrothal gift was indeed extraordinary. However, the problem was that the Sword Empire wanted the demon dragon puppets as a dowry. I dare not deceive your highness. The method to control the demon dragon puppets is indeed with me. However, I really don't know where the demon dragon puppets are. Before the Death Ghost Sword subduing dragon disappeared, he only gave me the method to control them. He didn't give me the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said helplessly. Is that so? Then it's difficult. Without the demon dragon puppets as a dowry, there seems to be no need for your demon dragon sword court to exist. Duga Xingjian sneered. Do you think you are worthy of serving my sword empire with your little strength? In today's world, sword emperors are nothing. At the very least, you need to be a sword saint to help us. Your Highness, please calm down. Perhaps there is someone who knows the whereabouts of the demon dragon puppets. Demon Sovereign Lan Mei said hurriedly. Who? Chapter 3209. The 18th sword is trapped in the bloodthirsty sword mound. Who knows if he's dead or alive? Why didn't you say so earlier? Duga Xingjian was clearly a little angry. But his daughter is here. If Sword 18 knows he's in danger, he'll definitely tell Jian Luiying about the demonic dragon puppet. Lan Mimi said hurriedly. That better be the case. Otherwise, your devil dragon sword court will cease to exist. Duga Xingjian coldly snorted and said, Uncle Wang and I will stay in the devil dragon sword court for 3 days. In these 3 days, you'd better figure out the matter of the devil dragon puppet. Your precious son and daughter must die. With that, he got up and left. The demon dragon sword court had specially prepared a VIP courtyard for them. It was a place with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. No one would disturb them. Seeing Duga Xingjian leave, Lan Mei helplessly sat down on her seat. Mother, what should we do? Empress Lan Meichen asked anxiously. The demonic dragon puppet will have enough energy in 3 days. So what if it's the Duga sacred sword? Even if Duga Beijian comes, I'm not afraid. Lan Mei Ma coldly snorted. She had been the sect master of the devil dragon sword court for over 100 years. How could she not know the whereabouts of the devil dragon puppet? She just didn't want to hand it over. The demonic dragon puppet required a lot of energy, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Lan Mimi didn't want to use it. In that case, our devil dragon sword court can once again rule the sword dynasty? Lan Meichen said excitedly. That's right. However, we still have to put on an act. I'll go and interrogate Jian Luiying right now. With that, she left the 9th floor of the 9-floored tower and headed to where Jian Luiying was being held captive. What are you doing here? Jian Luiying felt nauseous at the sight of Lan Mimi. She had never hated and despised a person so much. Not only did he send her father to the bloodthirsty sword tomb, he also wanted to send her into the fire pit. You are also this sovereign's niece. Why would this sovereign harm you? Although the unfettered king was a wastrel, in reality, his talent was even more terrifying than Duga Xingjian's. It was just that he was more lazy and unwilling to cultivate. If you marry him, you will have a lot of glory and wealth. Moreover, he was the sword god's most trusted younger brother, and the crown prince's uncle. To be able to marry him, you must have accumulated several lifetimes' worth of good fortune. Why are you so persistent? Beautiful Devil Lan smiled as she sat down and looked at Jian Luiying. All of them added together can't even compare to Ling Xiao. Jian Luiying mocked. The news of Ling Xiao defeating Duga Xingjian has already spread like wildfire. Do you really think I don't know? Facing Duga Xingjian, he was incomparably domineering. What about you? You're facing Duga Xingjian, but you're like a pitiful worm. You can't wait to kneel before him. When Jian Luiying said those words, the worry on her face dissipated slightly. He was obviously pleased with himself. When she was trapped here, the person she thought of the most was naturally her father. However, the only person who could give her hope of survival was Ling Xiao. She really enjoyed the time she spent with Ling Xiao. Although they didn't make love, they only addressed each other as martial sister and junior brother. Their feelings for each other were very sincere. She didn't know why, but she felt that she would definitely be able to escape. And if she did, the one who would come to save her would definitely be Ling Xiao. If it weren't for that tiny bit of hope, she would have committed suicide long ago. Rather than live to be humiliated, it was better to die happily. Don't mention him in front of me. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly roared as if she had gone mad. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for that Ling Xiao, I wouldn't have to grovel and beg Duge Xingjian to help me. My demon dragon sword court wouldn't have fallen to such a state. That's right, he's become stronger. So strong that it's unbelievable. However, he won't come to save you. You should give up on that thought. Why? Jian Luoying asked. Why? To tell you the truth, Ling Xiao actually disguised himself as the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and entered the bloodthirsty sword mound. He wanted to save your father and 9 Defiance Falling Moon. Unfortunately, many people have entered the bloodthirsty sword mound to save others, but not a single one has come out alive. Just accept your fate. There's no other way. What? He went to the bloodthirsty sword mound? Jian Luoying wasn't disappointed when she heard the news. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. What are you laughing at? Beautiful Devil Lan frowned. Beautiful Devil Lan, have you forgotten what happened to you when you underestimated him? In this world, perhaps only one person can save someone from the bloodthirsty sword mound. That person is Ling Xiao. Jian Luoying smiled confidently. In your dreams. Beautiful Devil Lan suddenly slapped Jian Luoying's face and said, Do you think he's a god? With that, she turned and opened the door to leave. Coming here was just for show. In reality, either 18th Sword nor Jian Luoying knew anything about the demonic dragon puppet. She knew this very well. She was just putting on a show for Duge Xingjian. Sword God City. The battle was still ongoing and was getting more and more intense. The cultivators that came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound were each stronger than the last. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stop them at all. The entire outer city of Sword God City was in chaos. And these people actually planned to go all the way and directly attack the inner city to take Duge Xingjian's head. Charge. Kill Duge Xingjian and take revenge. Having just come out, everyone was holding back their anger. No one wanted to leave just like that. In addition, when they were in the outer city, it was as if they had entered a no-man's land, so they were naturally a little too complacent. Thus, they had the idea of attacking the inner city. At this time, Ling Xiao and the others just came out of Lord Carefree's residence and heard the sound of the inner city's gate being attacked. A large number of cultivators poured into the inner city. These people are too impatient. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Yeah, they just came out of the bloodthirsty sword mound and haven't fully recovered their strength. To be so anxious to take revenge is simply courting death. 18th Sword also said helplessly. What should we do? Ling Xiao, I'll listen to you. Falling Moon looked at Ling Xiao. Although Jian Fulong was the strongest and most experienced among them, Falling Moon was more willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Master, you and Martial Uncle should return to the Devil Dragon Sword Court first. I'm worried about senior sister Luo Ying's safety. Ling Xiao looked at 18th Sword and Jian Fulong and said, All right. 18th Sword nodded. However, Jian Fulong frowned and said, That bastard Duge Xingjian has trapped me for 200 years. I can't leave so easily. No matter what, I have to exchange a few moves with him to feel better. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Jian Fulong would be like this. For a straightforward person like Jian Fulong who had been sealed for 200 years, it was only natural that he would want to find his enemy the most after he escaped. Sister Falling Moon, go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court with my master. We can take care of each other. Once we're done here, I'll chase after you. Chapter 32:10 No problem. Anyway, I have nothing else to do now. Since Yen Yu knew the true face of Nine Defying's leader, she naturally wouldn't work for Nine Defying anymore. Since Ling Xiao needed her, she was naturally willing to help. Then let's go. Jian 18 glanced at Yen Yu. And the two turned around and flew out of the city. They weren't worried about Ling Xiao's safety, because Ling Xiao had Jian Fulong by his side. Jian Fulong's strength should be stronger than Dugubejian's. In addition, Ling Xiao was cunning enough. He was the only one who could play tricks on others. It was almost impossible for others to play tricks on him. If he could escape from the bloodthirsty sword tomb, how could a mere sword god city trap him? Kid, what's your purpose in saving those people? Jian Fulong suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. They are an important force in resisting Sword Dynasty. I dare not deceive Senior. I want this Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao said truthfully. You want it? Jian Fulong was stunned. Although he had thought of many reasons for Ling Xiao's purpose, this was the only thing he hadn't thought of and didn't dare to think of. A 16 or 17-year-old youth actually wanted to rule Sword Dynasty? That's right, I want it. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. After a long time, Jian Fulong suddenly laughed out loud. I found that you are getting more and more interesting. All right, then let me wait and see how you will overthrow Sword Dynasty and unify this force. His laughter contained an extremely powerful vital essence, which caused the entire Sword God City to shake continuously. The martial artists in Sword God City looked up at the sky and looked at the two people floating in midair. I don't care. I have been holding it in for 200 years. I must make a big fuss. If I don't smash this Sword God City into smithereens, I won't leave. While speaking, Jian Fulong waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand. A terrifying sword she flew out and destroyed a part of the inner city wall. Quickly look, it's Jian Fulong. That guy also wants to kill Dugubejian. He's our strongest helper. Everyone, let's work harder and attack the Imperial Palace to capture Dugubejian alive. Seeing Jian Fulong make a move, the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb became even more excited. They had all witnessed how powerful Jian Fulong was. With the help of such a powerful expert, how could he not be happy? However, at this moment, the Sword God City's defense alarm finally sounded. In the inner city, experts kept pouring out. The most shocking thing was a row of about a dozen terrifying swordback bears. These swordback giant bears were 10 meters tall and had thick skin. It was difficult for swords and sabers to injure them. Moreover, they had boundless strength and could spit flames and release sword chi. They could be described as battle maniacs. That's not a swordback bear, that's a swordback bear puppet. Jian Fulong frowned and said, I didn't expect that Dugubeji and that guy actually really developed this thing. 18 of them. All of them are peak Sword Saint level puppets. Furthermore, compared to Sword Saint level puppets, they are even more fearless and have stronger vitality. A Sword Saint level demonic beast puppet. Oh my god, this is the true fighting strength of the Sword Dynasty. If they had sent these guys to the Dragon Elephant Division back then, I'm afraid the Dragon Elephant Division would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There's no need to worry. Such powerful demonic beast puppets require a lot of energy. In an expedition, it's already not bad to bring 4 or 5 of them. It's basically impossible to bring a dozen of them. Jian Fulong laughed. As they were talking, the battle had already begun. The swordback giant bear puppet had indeed displayed its overwhelming fighting strength. Although the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb were very strong. However, they had not fully recovered and couldn't block it at all. Everyone retreat. If you want revenge, it doesn't matter if it's in a short period of time. Go back and recuperate. There will naturally be a chance. I'll block these monsters for you. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the 3-headed lava hound beast soul transformation state. This beast soul transformation was more useful for large-scale attacks. Scorching hell, meteor fall! Looking at the martial artists that came out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb retreating from the inner city, Ling Xiao directly released Scorching Hell. Then, a huge meteor fell from the sky, smashing towards the sword-backed giant bear puppet. Rumble! After a loud explosion, 4 or 5 of the 18 sword-backed giant bear puppet had been smashed. In front of Ling Xiao, sword saint-level existences were nothing. So powerful! Seeing Ling Xiao's attack, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't block the sword-backed giant bear puppet at all. However, Ling Xiao could easily destroy 4 or 5 of them. This was a little too abnormal. Still not leaving? Ling Xiao looked back at those people and sternly shouted. Go! Don't waste young hero Ling's good intentions. Finally, some people began to retreat. However, there was still a portion of them who stayed. They were all stubborn people and felt that it wasn't right for them to run away now. Ling Xiao thought about it and simply ignored them. Anyway, with him and Jian Fulong, even if Dugu Beijian wanted to kill these people, it was almost impossible. By the time Ling Xiao had killed nearly 10 of the giant bear puppets, Ling Xiao was already dead. The big shots of the Sword Dynasty finally appeared. The experts of the 3 provinces and 6 departments, except for the dead great sages of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Works, all of them came out. Among them, there was also Eunuch Gao who served Dugu Beijian. Eunuch Gao was the #1 expert among them. That young man should be the one who defeated the Crown Prince, Ling Xiao. How audacious, he actually dared to come to Sword God City. In Sword God City, there were too many people who had seen Ling Xiao's bounty. It wasn't strange that they recognized Ling Xiao. Who is that older guy? Jian Fulong had been trapped for 200 years, so there weren't many people who could recognize him. Jian Fulong, I didn't expect you to come out after 200 years. Sigh, I had a premonition that something was wrong. But I never expected that the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. I also didn't expect that little Ling Xiao could really destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Eunuch Gao glanced at Jian Fulong. 200 years ago, he was a little eunuch by Dugu Beijian's side. 200 years later, he became the #1 expert among the eunuchs. Of course, he recognized Jian Fulong. Little eunuch, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Get Dugu Beijian to come out. It's too boring to kill trash like you. Jian Fulong sneered. Hey, did you hear that? That Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb. That's impossible. Ever since the bloodthirsty sword tomb was established, no enemy has ever come out alive. But they did come out alive and well. From what I heard, those people just now were also taken out from the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Noisy! Eunuch Gao shouted coldly, silencing those who were gossiping. Chapter 32:11. Looking at Jian Fulong, Eunuch Gao said, You're not necessarily a match for me right now. There's no need for His Majesty the Sword God to show himself. Well, you're welcome to try. Jian Fulong chuckled coldly. The truth was that he knew that without Ling Xiao's healing pills, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Sect Uncle, why don't you let me handle Eunuch Gao? Ling Xiao was in desperate need of a fight. After all, Eunuch Gao was a 4th division life-sizer. Although he wasn't as strong as the Dugu Hegemon, he was definitely stronger than the Dugu Xingjian. Fighting him would definitely improve Yang Qi's cultivation base significantly. Are you really in such a hurry to get yourself killed, boy? Eunuch Gao said, looking coldly at Ling Xiao. I have no idea how you destroyed the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre, but since you're here, none of you will leave here alive. You think you're strong enough to do that? Ling Xiao sneered. You saw how I fought the Dugu Xingjian outside the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre. So what if he's a 4th division life-sizer now? I'm not afraid of him. I beat him to a pulp in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, so I can beat him again. You might be a bit stronger than him, but that doesn't count for much. Dugu Xingjian and Eunuch Gao were nothing. Ling Xiao's words caused the experts from the 3 provinces and 6 tribes to be infuriated. Of course, they were infuriated. However, they didn't dare to underestimate this young man. In less than 2 months, this young man had risen to prominence like a comet, creating one miracle after another. In the Dragon Mammoth tribe, he had killed the great sage from the Ministry of Works, defeated the Duguxing Jian, and destroyed millions of soldiers. Therefore, although he was arrogant and domineering, he had the right to be. Ha 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 ha! Eunuch Gao's laughter was sharp and piercing to the ears. Tell me where Sword Sage Bloodthirsty, Sword Sage Frost Blood, and Sword Sage Giant are, and I'll spare your life. All I'll do is throw you into the heavenly penitentiary. Clearly, Eunuch Gao didn't take Ling Zhao's arrogance to heart. Eunuch Gao was a mighty 4th Division life-sizer, so how could he be afraid of a 2nd Division life-sizer? Kill him! Ling Zhao said indifferently. Killed? Was it done by Jian Fulong? Eunuch Gao looked at Jian Fulong and asked. Wrong, I did it, Ling Zhao said. Impossible! How could you possibly kill the bloodthirsty sword saint? Eunuch Gao exclaimed. You talk too much. Since you want to fight, then hurry up and make your move. Ling Zhao was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this old eunuch. However, before Eunuch Gao could say anything, the highest-ranking officer of the martial arts department couldn't hold it in any longer. Eunuch Gao, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a brat. Let me kill him. As the highest-ranking official of the martial arts province, one of the 3 provinces, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the 3rd Division of Life Seizing, and was roughly on the same level as Sword Sage Bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, he did not have the bloodthirsty demon's sword in his hand. The moment he stepped forward, Ling Zhao moved. He coldly took out the sky demon's sword and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword flashed and a bloody gash appeared on the throat of the martial arts department's highest-ranking officer. Then, the corpse fell to the ground. Dead? A single sword strike had slain a peak 3rd Division life-sizer. The bloodthirsty sword saint had the bloodthirsty demon's sword, and yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. Who do you think you are? Do you think you qualify to fight me? Ling Zhao flicked the blood off the sky demon's sword, then looked coldly at the corpse that had fallen to the ground. Looking back at Eunuch Gao, he said, Bring it on. Other than you, anyone who dares to make a move against me is going to die. What an arrogant brat! Eunuch Gao said, frowning. Flicking his horsetail whisk, he blurred into motion like a bolt of lightning toward Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao had killed the highest-ranking official of the martial arts department, and Eunuch Gao wanted to kill Ling Zhao with a single blow. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. He had also underestimated Ling Zhao. He was only a 4th Division life-sizer, with only 50% of the power level of the sea. There was still a huge gap between him and the peak Dugubatian. Of course, Ling Zhao wouldn't underestimate an enemy like this. Swapping out the Sky Demon's sword for the Revered Ice sword, he said. First stance of the Monarch Hegemon's sword. Sword cleaves Black Tortoise Province. Wrapped in a cold aura, this sword was released fiercely and domineeringly. The entire Sword God City could feel the majesty of a ruler. What? Although Eunuch Gao had known all along that Ling Zhao knew how to use the Monarch Hegemon's sword, he was still shocked to see Ling Zhao actually use it. Ling Zhao had already cultivated the Monarch Hegemon's sword to such a level that he was even more familiar with it than the Dugubatian's sword. Surprised already? Too early. Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation, Frigid Dragon Breath. As soon as the Monarch Hegemon's sword was unleashed, Ling Zhao transformed into a Frost Wyrm Beast Soul Transformation. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a blast of frigid energy. The Revered Ice sword was already cold enough to cause the air around it to freeze. Now that Eunuch Gao had unleashed the frigid dragon breath, he was caught completely off guard and covered in ice. At the same time, the Sword Cleaves Black Tortoise Province arrived. Terrifying sword energy slammed into Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao, a mighty 4th Division life-sizer, was sent flying backward by the sword, where he slammed into a nearby building, causing it to crumble into pieces. Ag! A furious roar came from below as Eunuch Gao soared into the air hysterically. His hair was disheveled, and he looked even more bedraggled than before. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the fact that he had been sent flying by Ling Xiao was a complete loss of face. That Ling Xiao really is strong. It seems the rumors about him defeating the Crown Prince weren't just empty words. I can't believe he actually sent Eunuch Gao flying. All of the martial artists in Sword God's city were deeply worried. The martial arts province's most senior officer had been killed, and Eunuch Gao, a 4th Division life-sizer, had been sent flying. Other than the Sword God, who else could possibly stop this young man? And it was obvious that the person next to him was even stronger. Could it be that the Sword Dynasty was really going to change? Are you looking to die, you little brat? Eunuch Gao said angrily. This time, he was even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ling Xiao. However, even as he flew up into the air, Ling Xiao had already prepared himself for this attack. Vajra God Ape Transformation, Invulnerable Vajra. 5 Ghosts Secret Magic, Rock Devil. Ling Xiao used every defensive measure he could think of. Then, he put his revered eye sword away. Is he trying to get himself killed? Although Ling Xiao had sent Eunuch Gao flying, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Eunuch Gao was still much stronger than Ling Xiao. It didn't take long for them to realize what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Eunuch Gao's attack was truly terrifying. The fly-whisk attack caused strange rifts to spread out in the air around it. Ling Xiao's defenses began to crumble. First, the Rock Devil was destroyed. Then, his invulnerable Vajra was destroyed. A terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. His potential suddenly erupted at that moment. Chapter 32:12. Eunuch Gao's attack slammed into Ling Xiao. Although the Rock Devils and invulnerable Vajra were blocking the attack, it was still powerful enough to kill any 3rd-level life-sizer. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't even flinch. He stood there in midair, blood oozing out of his mouth. And yet, he had taken the full brunt of the attack. The royal-class Black Tortoise Godbody was no joke. Although Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to unleash the full potential of the Black Tortoise Godbody, it was more than enough. Your attacks aren't all that impressive, old eunuch. Ling Xiao sneered at Eunuch Gao. All of a sudden, 9 serpent heads appeared behind him, spitting out a terrifying toxic mist. Shockingly, the mist was blood-red in color. Eunuch Gao immediately retreated. However, even though he had retreated, the 2 sword saints who had been tainted by the blood-red poisonous fog had died in a painful struggle. Just now, I took that attack head-on, causing my internal organs to be injured, but it also caused the energy in my cultivation C to rise to 60%. Chuckling inwardly, Ling Xiao popped a healing pill into his mouth. Healing pills could easily heal internal injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. Your subordinates are all trash, Dugabatian. Don't tell me you want to watch them all die before you show your face? You were despicable before, but you weren't as cowardly as a mouse. Jian Fulong was also shocked by how strong Ling Xiao was. Even a 4th-level life-sizer couldn't send Ling Xiao flying. This young man really did seem like a man of great destiny. He said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. Perhaps Jian Fulong really could lend him a helping hand. In the future, he would have a place in the 9 Supremes. That wasn't even what Jian Fulong was thinking. After all, there was no way Dugabatian would stay put after he shouted. Off in the distance, a figure appeared. It looked as if he had crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. He wore a loose black robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes at the edges. His long black hair floated behind his head. His every movement exuded a domineering aura that no one dared to underestimate. His appearance was rather handsome, but not delicate and pretty. Instead, he had a cold and callous face. Even though he was an enemy, Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise him. He really looked very manly. Dugabajian's appearance caused the entire Sword God city to burst into cheers. They feared Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Only Dugabajian could make them feel at ease. As the emperor, Dugabajian lived in seclusion and left all matters to his son and ministers. Therefore, not many people had seen his true appearance. At this time, Long Yan was furious. As for Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, they didn't show any signs of backing off. They stood in the air, facing off against Dugu Beijian. Jian Fulong's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate the man who controlled the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was also at the peak of the 4th division of life seizing. Actually, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. At most, it was 50-50. Old friend, it's been 200 years, but your appearance still hasn't changed. Dugu Beijian looked at Jian Fulong and laughed. Bullshit. You're the one who gave me this blood-red skin. That said, it's time for you to wake up. You didn't turn me into a blood devil. Shouldn't you be disappointed? Jian Fulong snorted coldly. You're right, Dugu Beijian said. When I heard that you were released, I was actually terrified. Sadly, you're not the same person you used to be. Eunuch Gao was right about one thing. After 200 years, you're not as strong as you used to be. You're not a match for me. Dugu Beijian continued to stare at Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao, as if there was nothing in the world that could cause him fear. Looking over at Ling Xiao, he said, Come to think of it, as far as I'm concerned, this brat is even more of a threat than you are. Ah, Ling Xiao. Ah, Ling Xiao. I really underestimated you. Actually, when the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor arrived at the Sword God's city, I already suspected your identity. That's why I purposely let you enter the bloodthirsty sword tomb. Initially, I thought that if you dared to rebel, you'll be trapped there forever, just like Jian Fulong. However, I miscalculated. I really didn't expect that you could turn the bloodthirsty sword tomb upside down and release so many troublesome fellows. What do you think? Are you willing to join hands with me and rule the world together? I need a talent like you. Dugu Beijian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao had indeed surprised him. When he first paid attention to Ling Xiao, it was actually because he heard Demon Supremacy Lan Mei's complaints. However, at that time, he really didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a rebellious youth. He could just send a few people to deal with him. However, after that, Ling Xiao killed Tianjue Wang and Dugu Xiong in the Ice Supremacy Forbidden Land. This made him furious. After that, he did those earth-shattering things in the Dragon Elephant tribe. He really had a whole new level of respect for Ling Xiao. And today, Ling Xiao actually destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb that the Sword Dynasty had painstakingly built and released so many terrifying existences. He could no longer look down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, in his heart, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Jian Fulong. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hearing Dugu Beijian's words, Ling Xiao gently shook his head and said, What I want is the entire Sword Dynasty, not to share it with a despicable person like you. My senior uncle Jian Fulong's bitter experience is a perfect example. You dared to reject me? Dugu Beijian's voice suddenly turned cold. So what if I reject you? Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Ling Xiao said loudly. Sooner or later, this world will be mine. Everyone was shocked by his words. In front of Dugu Beijian, the sword god, Ling Xiao didn't hide his true thoughts. He's crazy. He's completely crazy. Does he really think that just because Eunuch Gao didn't kill him, he can escape the sword god's wrath? Back in Sword God's city, the martial artists of the Sword Dynasty were so angry that their faces turned red as they cursed Ling Xiao. However, the martial artists who had just emerged from the bloodthirsty sword tomb were having different thoughts. What a domineering young man. No wonder he destroyed the bloodthirsty sword tomb and saved us. From now on, we'll follow him. That's right. He's only in the 2nd division of the life-seizing level, yet he killed a 3rd division sword sage. And then he fought a 4th division eunuch Gao. He's definitely the most powerful genius in all of history. Dugu Beijian isn't even fit to carry his shoes. All of them were determined to follow Ling Xiao and conquer the world. Even as the discussion continued, Dugu Beijian made his move. His target, however, was not Jian Fulong, but Ling Xiao. He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind Ling Xiao. Perhaps death will be the end for you, young man. Farewell, your talent will also be buried in the yellow earth." As he spoke, Dugubajian's hands didn't stop moving. Chapter 32:13. He watched as Ling Xiao was crushed by Dugubajian's fist. Jian Fulong wanted to save him, but it was too late. Jian Fulong was a straightforward person, and he never expected Dugubajian to attack Ling Xiao. If it were him, he would never attack a junior. He roared and charged at Dugubajian. He couldn't even protect a junior. He was pissed. Dugubajian calmly turned around to block the attack. The bloodthirsty demon's sword appeared in his hand. Without any fancy moves, he clashed with Jian Fulong's sword. Rumble! A terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. Many martial artists fainted, and the entire Sword God city trembled. The two terrifying sword energies clashed in the air. In the end, Dugubajian came out on top. Dugubajian had the bloodthirsty demon's sword, a treasure-grade emperor item. Jian Fulong, on the other hand, only had the demon dragon's sword, a high-grade emperor item. In terms of cultivation base, the two were almost equal. But in terms of weapons, they were far apart. After 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, the two of them retreated at the same time. Dugubajian retreated 3 steps, while Jian Fulong retreated more than 10. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "What a surprise," Dugubajian said. "In such a short time, you've recovered to the peak of the 4th level of life seizing. Who could possibly have such a miraculous ability?" Although Dugubajian wasn't injured, he didn't have it easy. He was confident that he could defeat Jian Fulong with the bloodthirsty demon's sword, but he would be seriously injured after the fight. That was why he hated the person who had helped Jian Fulong recover. "Your Majesty, watch out!" At this moment, Eunuch Gao suddenly cried out in alarm. When Dugubajian heard the shout, he sensed a scorching aura behind him. He instinctively tried to flee. But he was too slow. The mystical flame scorched one of his arms black. In just a short moment, only the bones were left. He had no choice but to cut off his left arm. He turned to look at the person who had attacked him. "Ling Xiao! You're not dead! What a joke! You think you can kill me?" His title was quite scary. Sword God? In other words, he was only in the 4th division of the life-seizing level. "You haven't reached the point where you can kill me just because you want me dead. Not unless you're a 5th division life-sizer." Ling Xiao stood there unscathed. Just now, his Taiji Eye had already captured Dugubajian's weak killing intent, so he directly used his Golden Phoenix incarnation. What Dugubajian had destroyed was only the Golden Phoenix incarnation, not him. "Despicable!" Eunuch Gao roared. "I'm despicable? Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Wasn't it your sword god who ambushed me first?" Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Dugubajian, are you afraid? You were afraid that I would surpass you, so you wanted to kill me. It's a pity that it's too late now. Not to mention that Senior Jian Fulong is here today. Even if he wasn't here, you can forget about killing me." Dugubajian coldly looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao was truly a fellow that gave him an incomparable headache. As for the martial artists in Sword God's city, looks of terror appeared on their faces. What was going on? His Majesty the Sword God had ambushed Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao hadn't been hurt in the slightest. Ling Xiao had ambushed His Majesty the Sword God, but had destroyed one of his arms. They didn't understand what was happening in this world. From the look of things, Ling Xiao hadn't been joking when he said he wanted to overthrow the Sword Dynasty. He really did have what it took to do that. The fact that His Majesty the Sword God wasn't attacking meant that he had run out of options to deal with Ling Xiao. The martial artists from Sword God Hall were all imagining things. After all, Dugubajian was their only hope. He was their backbone. He was the ruler of the Sword Dynasty. If he couldn't do it, then who could? "Let's go, sect uncle," Ling Xiao said coolly, looking at Jian Fulong. This time, Jian Fulong didn't refuse. In the battle with Dugubajian just now, he was actually at a disadvantage, so there was no need to continue trying. Only by restoring his former cultivation base could he truly seek revenge on Dugubajian. Moreover, Ling Zhao's performance had greatly shocked him. So much so that when he heard Ling Zhao's words, he was actually subconsciously willing to listen. Dugubajian, you should guard this sword dynasty well. Soon I will come and take it away. A person like you doesn't have the qualifications to rule this land. After saying that, he turned around and left in a carefree manner. Dugubajian didn't stop him, but his face was gloomy. By relying on the bloodthirsty demon sword, he could defeat Jian Fulong. However, with the addition of the cunning Ling Xiao, who was a headache to deal with, there was no way to fight. So what if he didn't let Ling Xiao go? That kind of result would only cause Sword God's city to be destroyed and his painstaking efforts to completely fail. I'll be waiting. Gritting his teeth, Dugubajian said, Since you look down on the Sword God, then I'll show you how strong I am. He had been in the peak of the 4th division of life seizing for many years now, and had recently begun to show signs of a breakthrough. Therefore, when news of the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre's destruction reached the imperial palace, he hadn't immediately left. After all, he needed to work on his cultivation and attempt a breakthrough. But Jian Fulong's appearance had forced him to come out. And now, he could sense that his breakthrough was imminent. After all, his most terrifying opponent wasn't Jian Fulong, but rather Ling Xiao. I can't believe His Majesty's Sword God actually let Ling Xiao go. Duh. His arm was burned. Even His Majesty's Sword God would be severely weakened. There's no way he could keep Ling Xiao here. Bullshit. How could His Majesty the Sword God possibly lose? It's just an arm. It's not a big deal. If His Majesty were to show his might, forget Ling Xiao, even that guy called Jian Fulong would die. Why don't you tell me why he let Ling Xiao go? Isn't it because he knows he can't beat him? What do you know? His Majesty's Sword God is obviously playing a game of chess. He must have his own plans. Don't tell me you think you're more brilliant than His Majesty's Sword God. As everyone discussed the matter, Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong, and the other martial artists who had escaped from the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre began to leave. Dugubajian turned and headed back to the imperial city. To an emperor, the humiliation he had suffered today was a major blow. Therefore, he desperately wanted to improve his cultivation base. Once he was in the 5th division of life seizing, Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong wouldn't be a problem at all. Young hero Ling, you're truly a valiant warrior, Dugubajian said excitedly. I admire you, and would like to work for you. Please accept my offer. Even before leaving Sword God's city, some of the martial artists from the bloodthirsty sword sepulchre had already gathered around Ling Xiao. If you really want to help me, why don't you head to the Dragon Mammoth tribe? That's my headquarters. When the day comes, I'll definitely need your help. With so many experts joining him, it would make up for the battle prowess of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. How could Ling Xiao possibly refuse? Many thanks for taking us in, Your Majesty. Chapter 32:14. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. I thought that 200 years later, it would be this old man's world. I didn't expect that today's glory would be snatched away by you. Even Dugubajian feels that you are more of a threat than this old man. At this time, Jian Fulong really admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Previously, he more or less had the thought of taking advantage of his seniority. But now, that thought no longer existed. This world can only belong to you. This old man is also willing to contribute to you, Jian Fulong said in a deep voice. He was very serious. Senior uncle is overpraising me. If you weren't here, Dugubajian wouldn't have let me go so easily today. Ling Xiao shook his head. Overbearing yet humble. This old man really likes your character. Jian Fulong laughed heartily. If senior uncle is really willing to help this junior take down the Sword Dynasty, or even the world of the 9 Supremes, this junior is naturally willing to accept. Ling Xiao also said seriously. The world of the 9 Supremes. Jian Fulong sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that Ling Xiao was only thinking about the Sword Dynasty. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao was thinking about the entire Nine Supremes. If he knew that Ling Xiao's great ambition was to unify the mystic world, how shocked would he be? Are you sure? The Sword Dynasty is only the weakest among the Nine Supremes. Even if you really take down the Sword Dynasty, it's impossible to contend against the other 8. Your idea is a little bold, Jian Fulong said after being shocked for a long time. So what? When I just stepped foot into the Sword Dynasty, who would have thought that a young man from a remote kingdom like me would possess the formidable strength to look down upon the Sword Dynasty? When Ling Xiao said this, he looked proudly into the distance. The Emperor's aura that was naturally released really stunned Jian Fulong. He had the bloodline of the Human King in his body. The Human King was the founder of the Sacred Dynasty, the only person who had unified the mystic world. Ling Xiao's Emperor's Qi was naturally not weak. Good. Since this is the case, I, Jian Fulong, will risk my life to accompany you and work hard together with you. Jian Fulong no longer dared to doubt Ling Xiao's ambition. Just like that, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked past the thousands of soldiers and horses. They left Sword God's city as if no one else was present. In history, no one had ever been able to come out of the bloodthirsty Sword Mound. No one could walk out of Sword God's city alive after offending the Emperor of the Sword Dynasty. But today, Ling Xiao did it. The people he had rescued from the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb had all walked out of Sword God's city alive. The royal family's reputation had been swept to the ground. Eunuch Gao, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch them leave? If news of this were to spread, where would the Sword Dynasty's face go? What about the royal family's face? An elderly sword saint roared angrily. So what? His Majesty didn't say anything, so what can we do? We can't even defeat Ling Xiao, let alone Jian Fulong. We'll only be courting death if we make a move. Eunuch Gao said with a sharp voice. But don't forget, His Majesty is about to break through and that old ancestor is about to see the light of day again. What Ling Xiao, what Jian Fulong, they're all grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. You only need to remember today's humiliation and pay it back double in the future. What secret does Eunuch Gao know? Someone asked. That's right, I know, but I can't say it. It's the Sword Dynasty's biggest secret. Just you wait. In the future, not only will the Sword Dynasty be ours, even the other forces of the Nine Supremes will have to bow down to us. Eunuch Gao was like a defeated rooster, but now, this rooster seemed to have thought of something and became proud again. He turned around and returned to the imperial city to serve Dugubajian. However, no matter what he said, what happened in Sword God's city was still spread by various scouts. Within a day, it spread thousands of miles away, even tens of thousands of miles away. Jian Fulong's resurrection was bound to be big news. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, would become the center of attention of the world. Dragon Elephant Tribe, 8 Immortals Nations headquarters. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Emperor Dragon Elephant, and others sat there, discussing the recent military training. Suddenly, Dragon Elephant sighed and said, Ling Xiao has been in Sword God's city for a few days now. Why is there no news at all? Will there be any problems? Don't talk nonsense, you jinx. Ling Xiao is a smart guy, what problems can he have? Don't worry, Falling Moon will be rescued. Bai Fang shouted. Haha, I was wrong. Dragon Elephant hurriedly apologized. Dragon Elephant may be a jinx, but that's the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb. No one has ever gone in to rescue someone and come out alive. I'm afraid, sigh. Ba Dao sighed and said something that no one was willing to mention, but it was incomparably cruel and true. Moreover, even if Falling Moon and the others are rescued, can he escape from Sword God's city? Dugubajian will not let him go so easily. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said helplessly. Disguising himself is only temporary. If he wants to succeed, it depends on his strength. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the command center became abnormally oppressive. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside, giving everyone a fright. There's news, big news. The person who came was Wolf Fang, a member of the Sharp Blades Special Forces. Speak quickly, Han Myung-keo urged. Yes, according to the report, the bloodthirsty sword mound was destroyed earlier today, and the 10,000 prisoners inside all escaped. Some people even saw an old man and a young man fighting against Dugu Beijian. That young man is our Emperor Ling Xiao, and that old man is the demon lord Jian Fulong from Devil Dragon Sword Court 200 years ago. Jian Fulong. That old man is still alive. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix shouted excitedly. Senior, don't interrupt. Han Myung-keo smiled bitterly. Okay, continue. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said. Wolf Fang continued. During the battle, Dugu Beijian ambushed the Emperor, but the Emperor gave him a taste of his own medicine and completely burned his left arm. After that, the Emperor and Jian Fulong brought the experts who escaped from the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb and left Sword God City. Dugu Beijian did not stop them. Ha, I knew it. That kid is lucky. It's impossible for him to die. Ha! Hearing this, Longxiang finally laughed out loud. Hee, I wonder who said that he was worried that Ling Xiao would die. Bai Fang rolled his eyes at Longxiang. But to be honest, this news is really unexpected. The Emperor is indeed someone with the fortune of an emperor. He actually destroyed the bloodthirsty Sword Tomb and saved so many people. Oh right, is Falling Moon among these people? Bai Fang suddenly asked. Yes, but Falling Moon and Jian 18 went to Devil Dragon Sword Court first. It should be because of Jian Sakura. Chapter 32:15. It's good that we've rescued her. I think the Emperor will most likely rush to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Alright, everyone, let's not sit here and chat. Let's get down to business. I know you guys are worried about the Emperor these days, so you don't even have the energy to do things. But now, the Emperor is fine. Let's get back to work. The Draco Elephant Emperor nodded and said. The originally oppressive atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Everyone went out to get busy. Compared to before, they were much more motivated. In the village closest to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, 2 people were drinking tea. This was the only way to leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Before Ling Xiao joined the Demon Dragon Sword Court, he also met Jin Feng Qiqi here. The ones drinking tea were Jian 18 and Yan Yu. The 2 of them rushed day and night, and finally arrived here the next day. However, because they didn't understand the situation of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, they didn't immediately enter. They only caught a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, and found out some information. Dugu Xingjian gave Lan Mei 3 days to hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. It seems that the main purpose of the Sword God Hall setting this marriage contract is not for Luoying, but for the Demon Dragon puppet. Jian 18 analyzed. It's already the 2nd day. Tomorrow is the day Lan Mei will hand over the Demon Dragon puppet. What do you think? Yan Yu thought for a moment and said, In my opinion, the reason why the Sword God dynasty still has the Demon Dragon Sword Court is most likely because of the Demon Dragon puppet. Tomorrow, regardless of whether Lan Mei hands over the Demon Dragon puppet or not, a battle is inevitable. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the situation and rescue Luoying? Jian 18 suddenly said. That's right. Only tomorrow is the best opportunity. Right now, the Demon Dragon Sword Court is heavily guarded. If we enter, we'll definitely encounter Dugu Xingjian and Unfettered King. Those 2 are very powerful. We can deal with Unfettered King, but we definitely can't deal with Dugu Xingjian. Yan Yu nodded. The next morning, the chaos that Jian 18 and Yan Yu imagined did not happen. The strangest thing was that the wedding procession actually came out of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. As the groom, Unfettered King wore a beautiful red robe and rode on a 7-colored jade horse. This rainbow jade horse didn't have much strength, but it was very beautiful. Moreover, it was extremely rare, so it was deeply loved by the nobles. When the bridegroom fetched the bride, he liked to ride the 7-colored jade horse. Beside him was Dugu Xingjian, who was riding a ferocious demonic beast. Behind them sat the bridal sedan chair of the bride, Sakura's sword. Shockingly, the 8 people carrying the sedan chair were all First Division life-seizing sword emperors. Standing around the sedan chair were the red orb guards that Duguxingjian had brought with him. The weakest among them was a sword emperor, while the strongest 4 were actually sword saints. One was more handsome than the other, and one was more enchanting than the other. This standard was a little too high. Behind them was the demonic dragon sword court's team. Lan Mimi and Lan Di Machen were both there, as well as a large amount of dowry. Such a team was too eye-catching. All the martial artists along the way turned to look. Logically speaking, with such a strong team, it was impossible for anyone to cause trouble. 1 sword god, 5 sword saints, and more than 10 sword emperors. There were also many sword emperors and sword kings. No matter who came, they would all die. However, at this moment, on the path they had to pass through, in that small village, there were 2 people who were preparing to make a move. It seems that Lan Mimi gave the demonic dragon puppet to Duguxingjian, Sword 17 said. That's why Duguxingjian didn't kill her. She's already given up on the demonic dragon sword court. She's ready to become a dog for the sword god hall. Sword 18 sighed. Lan Mimi's actions were becoming more and more disappointing. Falling Moon, Sword 17 said. We'll definitely die trying to save her. But Sakura's sword is my child, and I have to save her. Stay here and wait for my big brother and Ling Xiao to get here. If it's possible, avenge me. As a father, Sword 18th couldn't just stand by and watch as his daughter was thrown into a fiery pit. What are you talking about again? Didn't we already discuss this yesterday? Falling Moon shook her head. Your problems are Ling Xiao's problems, and Ling Xiao's problems are my problems. Jian Luoying is Ling Xiao's elder sister, so there's no way I'm not going to save her. Besides, I picked up this life of mine. Even if I die, it won't be a pity. Sword 18th was about to say something, but Falling Moon cut him off. There's no need to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. Sword 18th was stunned. But then, he felt incredibly moved. Ling Zhao's friends were truly loyal and affectionate. What right does Jian Luoying have? She said. I'm much prettier than her, and much stronger. What right does she have to marry into the king's mansion, while I'm stuck here in the abandoned demonic dragon sword court? Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. It was a female cultivator from the demonic dragon sword court, and she was much stronger than Jian Luoying. Despite Jian Luoying's outstanding performance, she had only reached the late 18 hells of the Yin-Yang realm. She, on the other hand, was a life-sizer. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Jian Luoying. In terms of looks, she was confident that she surpassed Jian Luoying. The only thing that made her inferior to Jian Luoying was her status. But Jian Luoying was nothing more than the daughter of Sword 18th, a traitor of the demonic dragon sword court. She wasn't convinced. Actually, there were quite a few people who felt the same way. Marrying into the king's mansion was something that countless people dreamed of. And King Carefree was so handsome that he could be described as a jade-faced gentleman. He was handsome, had high status, and was a prince. It was only natural that many women would fall for him. Although, I still prefer His Highness the Crown Prince. It's too bad His Highness the Crown Prince already has a consort. Otherwise, he'd take a liking to me. Stop dreaming. Do you know who His Highness the Crown Prince is? He's even more powerful than King Carefree. He's going to be the successor to the throne. Do you think you're worthy? AI. More sighs could be heard. It seemed that marrying the unfettered king or marrying Duguxingjian was an incomparably happy and glorious thing for countless women. And yet, in Jian Luoying's heart, there was one person who couldn't compare to either of them. And that person was none other than Ling Xiao. If she had to marry someone, she would rather marry a peerless genius like Ling Xiao than join the king's mansion. What a bunch of idiots! Do they really think that marrying into the king's mansion is going to be a good thing? If they knew what King Carefree did to those women, they wouldn't be so excited. Listening to the discussions around him, Jian 18 felt deeply anxious for the intelligence of these women. "There's no need to get angry," Falling Moon said. "They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. How could they possibly know so much?" Smiling, Falling Moon said, "The troops are getting closer. Should we make a move?" "Wait a bit longer," Sword 18 said nervously. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to save his daughter. Chapter 32:16. Attack! I'll attack King Carefree and distract them. You help me save Sakura, Sword 18 said, and then he shot forward. All of a sudden, the bridal procession came to a stop. Everyone watched as a figure lunged toward King Carefree. This person's speed was extremely fast, and his impact was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of King Carefree. "Do you need me to help Uncle King?" Dugu Xingjian said, looking at Sword 18th with disinterest. "There's no need for that. Today is my wedding day. I can't believe someone would try to assassinate me." King Carefree leaped off his 7-colored jade horse and flew toward Sword 18th. Not only was he not afraid of an assassination attempt, he even took the initiative. Bam! 2 swords slammed into each other in midair. Sword light shot out in all directions, and a series of booms rang out. While everyone was focused on the fight, Falling Moon finally made her move. In the blink of an eye, she was inside the bridal sedan chair. Sword 18th's face lit up with delight. If he could save Jian Sakura, he could think of a way to escape. All he had to do was hold off the pursuers. "Are you happy? Too bad you're going to be disappointed." King Carefree looked at Sword 18th with a smile. Before Sword 18th could understand what he meant, he saw Falling Moon flying backward, blood spraying out of her mouth. Of all the people who could injure her, at the very least, were Sword sages. After all, she was a 3rd division life-sizer. "Sword 18th, run! We've been tricked! It was a trap!" Falling Moon shouted as she retreated. "That's not Jian Sakura in the sedan chair!" Even as she spoke, she disappeared into the crowd. By this point, the sedan chair had already been destroyed by the fight between the two. Now, the occupants were revealed. "Crown Princess!" Shockingly, the Crown Princess was sitting in the sedan chair. "Sword 18th, I knew someone would come to save Jian Sakura, but I never would have guessed it would be you too. Tell me, what's going on here? How did you escape from the bloodthirsty sword bearer?" Dugu Xingjian laughed heartily, but then his expression turned unsightly. He was laughing because his plan had worked. His expression was ugly because he had seen 2 people he shouldn't have seen. Sword 18 didn't flee. Since his surprise attack had failed, he could only stall for time. He landed on the ground and looked at Dugu Xingjian. "Do you want to know? It was actually very simple. Someone destroyed the bloodthirsty sword mound and we escaped." "Bullshit! No one in this world can destroy the bloodthirsty sword tomb, and no one can escape from Sword God's city!" Dugu Xingjian shouted. "You've seen the truth, yet you still refuse to believe it? In this world, perhaps most people can't do such a thing, but there is one person who can." Sword 18 sneered. "Who?" "You know him." "Impossible! Could it be him?" Dugu Xingjian immediately thought of Ling Xiao. Of all the people he had met, only Ling Xiao was an opponent that he could not let go of. "It seems you guessed right." Sword 18 sneered. "That's right. It's him, the Emperor of the Kingdom of the 8 Immortals, the future destroyer of the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao. What's interesting is that you fought him at the entrance of the bloodthirsty sword mound, and yet you didn't recognize him." Sword 18 sneered. So that Sword Emperor Golda Phoenix was actually Ling Xiao in disguise. How hateful! If I'd known, I would never have let him into the bloodthirsty sword mound alive. Ever since his breakthrough, Dugu Xingjian had always wanted to get revenge on Ling Xiao. And yet, Ling Xiao had walked right in front of him, and he hadn't recognized him. What a failure! Why are there only you, Falling Moon, and Ling Xiao here? Dugu Xingjian asked. Speaking of which, why don't you worry about Sword God's city and your imperial father? Ling Xiao and the 10,000 life seizers who were released from the bloodthirsty Sword Mound are causing havoc in Sword God's city. Sword 18 chuckled. In order to buy time, it didn't matter what Dugu Xingjian asked, Sword 18 answered truthfully. He guessed that if Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong left Sword God's city, they would definitely rush over here. The more time he could buy, the more hope he had. Them? Dugu Xingjian said coldly. I bet they're all dead by now. Dugu Xingjian sneered. You don't understand how terrifying my father is. Oh really? I have a feeling he'll show up soon. Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? Don't lose to him again. If you do, you won't even have a chance to escape. The only thing that awaits you is death. Sword 18 continued. So, you're waiting for Ling Xiao. Fine. I won't kill you. I'll capture you alive and beat you half to death. Then I'll wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Dugu Xingjian had never planned to fight Sword 18, considering how boring it was. But right now, he wanted to vent his frustrations. Sorry, Uncle Wang, Sword 18 said. I'll borrow your opponent for a moment. With that, he leaped into the air. Like a god descending to the mortal world, the onlookers burst into cheers. Both men and women were screaming. Men worshipped his strength, his talent, his power, and his status. Women worshipped everything about him. Falling Moon, this is between me and Dugu Xingjian. Don't interfere. Leave quickly, Sword 18 said loudly. He took out his long sword and pointed it at Dugu Xingjian. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he couldn't avoid this battle for his daughter. Among the crowd, Falling Moon had retracted all of her aura. But she didn't run away. Instead, she was searching for Jian Luoying. The crown princess was sitting in the sedan, but Jian Luoying must be in the group. Otherwise, there was no point in sending the bride away. She didn't leave after hearing Sword 18's words. No matter what, she had to rescue Jian Luoying. She couldn't let Sword 18 die in vain. She knew very well that Sword 18 was no match for Dugu Xingjian, so she had to be faster. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dugu Xingjian and Sword 18. That gave Falling Moon the best opportunity. Sword 18 was much older than Dugu Xingjian. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dugu Xingjian's, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear. As a veteran of the demonic dragon sword court, he naturally had his own pride. The moment he held his long sword, he was like an unsheathed sword. His aura was sharp to the extreme. Who's that? I've never seen him before. Sword 18 hadn't left his residence for over 100 years, so very few people knew him. I don't know, but he looks very strong. Will His Highness be all right? Nonsense. Who do you think His Highness is? How could he lose to a nobody? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.